order to save her, a Chi Master placed her soul in mine while he fixed her body.
Oh, how fascinating.
Not really. He was killed, and now she's stuck. I was wondering if you could put her soul back if we were able to locate her body.
My darling. Oh, sorry, darlings. I would be delighted to help you. Transitions like these deserve to be marked with care. I'm touched you would ask me.
Oh, wonderful.
Who is this girl?
Oh, she's the daughter of the Yakuza's big boss.
I see. So you have taken something precious to them.
Believe me, I'd give her back if I could.
You two don't get along?
Oh, no, she's really, really wonderful. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, I want her the fuck out of my head.
Where is her body now?
Yeah, so that's the thing. It sort of mutated into this giant monster beast thing and, ran away.
Oh, blow wang. You do get yourself into the most marvelous scrapes.
Everyone has a talent.
Well, we are simple folk up here on the mountain and do not invite adventure. I won't be able to help you get the body back, but if you can retrieve it and return it to its original form, I can sort out her soul for you.
Excellent.
Oh, and if you find yourself with time on your hands, speak with Gozu. He has been getting overwhelmed with his duties and may need some help.
Overwhelmed by duty? That sounds like Gozu. I'll check it out.
Well, you certainly sound eager to get rid of me.
Oh, no, not at all. You should think about redecorating in there. Maybe get some curtains, spruce the place up a bit. You know, really make it your own.
There is one thing I will need in order to perform the soul-joining ritual.
And that is?
Ancestral Chi.
Oh, great. I'll just pick some up from the Piggly Wiggly.
Ancestral Chi is coded to each individual person and carried in the spirit of their families. I need a close relative. Or a body part.
Hey, no problem. I'll go hack off her grandmother's arm.
Grandmother. No, not enough power. It needs to be a parent or a sibling.
She's an only child, and her mom's dead.
Then you're looking for her father, I suppose.
And how the fuck are we supposed to find him?
Bring me something of his, and I may be able to help you.
What, like one of his old Playboys?
Oh, a magazine would work. Clothing is better. A weapon is best. If you can manage it.
Wonderful. We'll get right on that. So, any idea where your dad is?
No, but I do know who does. My dear darling Mima.
Oh, she hate.
You know, you're not as stupid as they say.
She's not going to tell us anything, you know.
Oh, she'll never tell us anything.
You wanted to see me, Eeyore?
I don't know what to do.
Oh no, did you run out of adult diapers again?
We have completely exhausted our supply of tea.
I'm gonna go ahead and file that under Uptown Problems. Do you have any idea how much that stuff costs these days?
Amiona takes her tea every day at 4. It simply cannot be missed.
Okay, where do you usually get it?
We have tea plantations deep in the wildlands, but we have not had a shipment for days. I feel something terrible has happened.
Well, you're involved, so it's already pretty bad.
Without tea, the goddess becomes upset.
All right, I'll check it out. But just for the record, this is the least gangster thing I have ever done.
Thank you, Lo Wang. Your generosity will be remembered for generations.
Just like your body odor.
What?
Oh, if it isn't the poster child for Prozac.
We are supposed to be allies now.
Come on, you're an immortal being. Aren't you even gonna try to smite me?
We have a problem. Amiona has requested your assistance.
What could be wrong up here on the mountain? Aren't you guys all walking around with rainbows and unicorns pouring out of your asses?
It's not what's up here that's the problem. Some of our number have gone missing.
Wait, let me get this straight. There were people who actually chose to stay the hell away from you? Who in their right mind would do such a thing?
Laugh all you want, but this is serious. After going to town for supplies, several of our people never returned. something foul is afoot.
And let me guess, you want me to check it out?
Amiru believes the Yakuza may be responsible.
And she'd send you, but you just whine them to death. I'll take a look around.
Is it about the journey? That depends on the destination.
This is my rifle. This is my way. Wait a second.
punch. That hurt really bad. All right, thank you. We got that out of the way. Either way, that's right. I'm in the Red Bull best seats in the house. We got my friends here, Sydney and Justin, and they are somewhat local, but not even close to that. In fact, I'm going to have to ask you guys right away. What do you like this chicken? So you're saying Guardian looks like a chicken?
Yep.
Okay, what do you got? I don't know. It has better hair than Twist. That's a yikes for me, dog. Well, moving forward, let's talk about your experience here. Just had to give that to you. I felt like it was appropriate. Now, moving into the second map, Mirage, is this going to be a base stomp?
Nothing like a fresh clip. Refreshing.
constructed out of that. If you were to take a time out, it would be just to cool down the
yourself together, man. Smell of demon guts in the morning.
service endorsed by the goddess herself. Until the woman save herself.
not whiskey, but it'll do.
Oh, hello, new ammo friends. You ready to kill some people? Dead makes me feel so alive.
You're not the ugliest thing I've killed today. More killing? Well, okay. Oh, hello, new ammo friends. Ready to shoot some hot faces?
These situations, another ball plant for phase off the back of it. They've got decent position. Now gets access from CT. So just check the flag. Smoke Kerrigan's never going to expect it to take a kill. Underneath his crosshair, that should be the round because all is revealed. Now can only defuses. He was hoping that one kill would be enough. It would get twisted. Alexei Zubov, I don't know, in between rounds, to be able to recover that well, I think speaks volumes as to his tenacity and his toughness.
I am shocked he came out bouncing how he did in the second round. And I'm going to tell you again, Arthur Mann in the first round was not winning that round until that big right uppercut. And you see that with a lot of these German fighters. Guys like Marco Huck, guys like Arthur Abraham, guys that went into that tight shell defense, they would let you unload a little bit, wait for that weakness, and explode with that one punch and change the tempo of the fight.
Arthur Mann certainly did that in round one. Alexei Zubov trying to get busy. But boy, oh boy, he's just trying to get his legs underneath him. A sharp right hand down the middle for Mann, and he's trying to connect again.
You see him barely miss with that right hand, but you see Mann, the temperament of Mann isn't to sit there and try to match punch for punch with Zubov. And, you know, we've seen it for years. A lot of these German fighters come in tremendous, physically strong as anybody out there, and they're able to put that tight guard up and take a lot of those punches and then catch you when you fatigue a little bit.
Zubov knows he's got to get back to work. He's facing a massive deficit. That was a 10-7 round for Arthur Mann.
The good news for Mann is, and the good news for Zubov, excuse me, is this fight is 10 rounds. And if he can get back on track, I'm shocked at how he's recovered in the second round. I still would like to see a little more distance between him and Mann until he completely clears the cobwebs out.
Well, here's the thing, BJ. You know, if you play in the pocket too long, you could get bitten.
100%.
And clipped. Under a minute left here in round two. Martin Nelson separated the two combatants. Ray Flores, BJ Flores here in Chicago World Boxing Super Series. Thank you so much for joining us. Straight right hand that barely missed Zubov, but a sharp left hook. And there's a big shot by Zubov. He has Mann hurt now. All the tables have turned.
Not hurt near as much as Zubov was in the first round, but he definitely buckled him with that shot. And you know what? There he is! I said in the first round, those combinations, he's getting a lot of leverage off those shots and they hurt.
The race doesn't look good.
Someone was held here against their will.
What tipped you off, Sherlock? The handcuffs or the cages?
The feelings. I sense fear, anger, lust.
Feel that?
Strong emotions leave behind ghost resonance. I've been sensitive to them since I was 2.
Why can't I?
It's hard to say. It could be, and stick with me here, because you're a violent, sensitive
Right on
Hold yourself together, man.
Zubov going right back to the jab. Zubov wearing his old trunks, wearing the white with the red and black, is Arthur Mann.
There were parts of that second round that reminded me a little bit of the classic Gaddy Ward fight. You saw Gaddy getting off on Ward for a good minute and a half of the round, and it looked like Gaddy was almost out. Then he would come back and give it back to Ward, and I really thought Zubov was done after that first round, especially with the big guys right who punch so hard.
I recognize that seal.
Is that Larry's here?
Looks like it's time to pay him a little visit.
Fights where he was able to, go down, take so much punishment, and come back and get shocked.
Zubov, he took a whale of punishment in that first round, but he has come back and he's been more active. The second round, it looked like he was able to get off more, throw more punches, assert himself, and now he's doing exactly that. Carbon copy in round number 3.
Yeah, in round 2, Ray, he didn't just throw more. I mean, he dominated the round and he hurt Arthur Mann. So, very impressed with the tenacity. Obviously, they've got a lot of confidence in beautiful right hand, a lot of confidence in him with Sugar Hill over there, the nephew of the late great Emmanuel Stewart.
Absolutely, and Javon Sugar Hill has been in the corner of the trainer of Adonis Stevenson, and in the corner of many talented fighters, world-class fighters, as we are at the midway point of round 3.
Looks like Zubov is really starting to get his legs underneath him, and you can tell the tempo of this fight, how it's going to go. Zubov is going to be out punching Man until or if Man catches him with a big shot, and then the fight can abruptly end.
Lloyd, what can I interest you in today?
Your customers are into some pretty fucked up stuff lately.
Oh, I'm not one to judge. As long as you ain't hurting nobody, that's what I say.
This is the Yakuza we're talking about. Hurting people is what they do.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Okay, for our appetizer today, we're gonna have some light kidnapping. Then as an entree, we have forced prostitution on a bed of human and demon trafficking. To save room, we have your choice of torture or murder for dessert.
I'm on a diet, and I'm not involved with anything like that.
Maybe not directly, but your product was all over this place. These guys have to be some of your best customers. You ready to start spilling the beans?
Shit. All I know is they move around all the time. Set up in abandoned houses and use until everything breaks.
Including their sex slaves. How do I find these assholes?
The only place that stays the same is the main compound. But you won't get in without a retinal scan. If you catch my drift.
Are you saying the entrance fee is one dead Yakuza head?
For shame! I would never suggest such a thing. And I would never tell you that one of those twisted fucks just left here. Check your map.
Keep your nose clean, huh, Larry?
Well, I say my nose.
Wait, what?
Don't get lazy. Keep the jab in his face. Okay? Don't get lazy. Set it up and then you got away from it. Put the jab in. Jab in his face. Work behind the jab. Right hand behind the jab, and then put the jab back in his face. Basic. Keep it basic.
You have Conrad Mettermeyer in the corner of Arthur Mann. What do you think they're telling Arthur Mann in this corner, BJ?
They got to tell him he's got to let his hands go because you can see how the tempo of this fight is going to play out. He's going to get outworked unless he starts to let his hands go a little better. So, two things with that. You can't wait for the opportunity to let the hands go and see the opening. Let the hands go and create the openings. And secondly, just be more proactive. Much easier said than done from out here, though.
Zubov with that left hook. He's trained by Javon Sugar-Hill, as we pointed out. There's straight right hand. That connected right on the jaw of Alexei Zubov.
And Zubov needs to be offensive, but sometimes when you're offensive too much, sometimes when you give yourself too many opportunities to be countered, that's exactly what can happen. So, in a fight like this, with a guy, with the strength of Man, sometimes less is more. Pick your spots, be sharp, and don't constantly be punching, and give him a chance to counter you with those big right hands, because he's heavy-handed, right?
Absolutely. Well, Man can turn out your lights.
Don't do that, okay?
Mark Nelson, referee from Minnesota, warning Zubov about pushing off with his forearm. But Alexei Zubov is coming back in this matchup, BJ.
Yeah, he's down 2 rounds to 1. Unfortunately, he had a 10-7 round, but technically, if he wins this round, he's right back. Nice right hand from Zubov.
It backed up Arthur Mann. Mann was on the ropes for a brief second. Zubov steps in with the left uppercut that missed. Mann has a high, tight guard. There's that uppercut that started the demise in round 1 for Alexei Zubov.
And Mann's got to make sure when he gets his head off the center that he doesn't look away, because Zubov is still trying to let his hands go to work. So that's a very dangerous gray area for fighters when they feel like they're close and they got their head off to one side, but Zubov continued to pound the body and land an uppercut. Good uppercut from Mann.
And Mann connected. He looked up at the clock to see how much time he has. I don't know if Mann is tired, BJ, but he is not throwing with as much ferocity as we saw in round 1.
Well, he's only got 16 fights.
Right hand, and he shook up Zubov with an uppercut.
He's only got 16 fights, Rand. I'll tell you right now, when you have the knockout power like he's got, you're not used to going the distance in all these fights. So it's going to be a good test for him tonight.
He's He's fighting someone who is extremely tough and difficult to deal with and has an impressive record in Alexei Zubov. As we are nearing the final stages of this fourth round, both guys letting the leather fly here in the Windy City.
Man's got to be careful to get his head off the center when he goes in that high guard like that. Still have to move your head. Those gloves are too little, and the professional ranks, just putting the hands up doesn't always work. Got to move your head. Another good round for Zubov.
That ends the fourth.
And I got Zubov back in this fight, Ray.
I would agree with that. And here is this uppercut by Artur. Man, let's take a look at it. Bang!
Beautiful short punch from Artur Man right there on the inside. I love how he shortens everything up when he gets close, and he's really accurate with those inside punches. Very nice.
And there is more of the action from the fourth round. Alexei Zubov said coming into this matchup that he's sharper, smarter, and more powerful. When we asked him in the fight meets yesterday, he said, I want to show what I've got, what I've learned over the last 2 years. I've waited for this opportunity for a long time. I will prove I'm a tough fighter and the next world champion. The toughness part he has demonstrated thus far.
Toughness off the charts, Ray. Can't believe he was able to get up. And, you know, forget how tough you are. If your body gives out, sometimes you just can't do anything. But he was able to force his body to, you know, force his body to do what he was telling it to do. And I can't believe with how hard he was hit that he was able to come back and really dominate the next 3 rounds.
BJ, it's the old adage, mind over matter, and I felt that that is exactly what Alexei. Literally, he had to bring himself off the gas, but his mind would not be deterred, and his mind listened.
Nice left hook a second ago from Artur Man. He's trying to counter the offense of Zubov with that check left hook. And when I say that, I mean that he's going to check whatever Zubov does when he's coming in with that left hook, and he's going to catch him with it. Whether it's a right hand, whether it's a jab, he's going to check it. Nice right hand from Zubov a second ago. And punch out. Man's got to let his hands go.
Man seems to have gotten complacent. Zubov is just steady action and in a Artur Man.
And you know what? I'm going to tell you something. It looks like that, but it's not really that he's gone complacent. He's not the type of fighter who initiates the action. He kind of waits for you to do something and catches you in between your punches. And that strategy may or may not work.
A combination there by Artur Man. It was a left hook that started it, followed by a straight right hand. And Zubov ate it like how I eat Halloween candy.
Zubov's got to be careful not to fall in, Ray, because that'll leave him very susceptible to that right uppercut of Artur Man. Do not fall in.
60 seconds left in this.
I mean, the heart and tenacity you see from a guy like Zubov. You know, obviously training in Detroit, obviously working with Sugar Hill, a tutelage and kind of a pupil under the, you know, one of my favorite trainers of all time, the late Emmanuel Stewart. You got to think he's looking down with a big smile on his face, seeing Zubov get up from those 2 devastating first knockdowns in the first round.
Stop.
They are both a close distance. Mark Nelson will separate them. Still to come, we have our 2 quarterfinal matchups: Maris Briedis and Noel McCallion, and Krzysztof Globotsky, Maxim Vlasov.
Out of there, guys. Box. Box.
And I can't wait for those 2 fights, Ray.
They are tough barn burners.
Guys I've seen my entire career, exciting fighters, and they put it all on the line tonight.
We're halfway home.
Start off good and then you get away from it. Start off good and then you get away from it. Jab, remember the jab. Dig to the body hard.
big sweeping left hook and then another straight right hand. You can tell the punches affected him. And Siobhan Sugar Hill told this guy right. He said, we're not going to win this fight inside. Jab, jab, right hand, jab, back in his face. Get out.
Second half of the fight between Artem and Alexei Zubov. Zubov has been unbeaten since 2016, a loss that he encountered against Konstantin Bajenerov. Artur Man ranked number 7 in the rankings by the WBO. Zubov pounding away upon Artur Man.
And that's that no man's land that Sugar Hill does not want Zubov to sit in front of. He does not want him sitting in front of Man and taking those uppercuts and those right hands. He's too close. He's to get his head off the center.
Zubov has outlanded Artur Man. That's no surprise here, but still. Now Zubov, the action has lessened, but I think both guys certainly respect each other's power. Zubov steps in with a sharp right hand.
Big right. The tenacity and the toughness of Man. He's still going to sit there, even though he got buzzed with that shot. He's still going to sit there and let him in between. Big shots from Zubov. He'd be well served to dig some of those shots into the body, Ray. He's got
Look, there he is.
Oh my, if it isn't Fuckface, my favorite asshole. Who are you, Lo Wang? Good question. I'll let you know after I chop off your head.
That is something that I think as proceedings
Man might have fallen in love a little bit with it. Very hungry to determine Zubov.
BJ, could it also be from an amateur standpoint that body punching is not that it's scored on with much more highly of the head hunting and head punches?
It could be that, but it's also just the European style. Ray is more focused on the headshots. Big right hand from Man a second ago. Caught Zubov right on the chin. Zubov took it pretty well, though.
Well, talk about
another big right hand.
And Man has clipped Zubov twice in this last minute.
Zubov still winning this round, Ray, but Man still carries his power. We're in the 6th round, and every time he hits Zubov with a good shot, he shakes him. Hill told Zubov before his hanging out with this guy.
Man glimpses, but Zubov has been the one since those 2 knockdowns and has been having his way.
Correct.
Wow, look at you, mama's little demons all blown up.
Here is some of the word between the two.
Hit him with a good, kind of a cupping left hook. He opens that hook up a lot. In the corner of Zubov was complaining that he was lacing their fighter, but he opened it up and set up a nice right hand. Zubov took it well, but don't want to take those all night, Ray.
Not at all, not against an adversary like this. Round number 7. This one's scheduled for 10. Great to be with all of you here in Chicago. So the couple are 2 quarterfinal matchups in the World Boxing Super Series Cruiserweight tournament. This one a reserve bout between.
Today is a good day to die. Come on, you gotta get out of here.
Nothing like a fresh clip.
Quick, you gotta get moving. Can you move? If so, it's time to move.
This is my rifle. This is my wing. Wait a second.
You ready to get out of here? Go! Get out of here. Back to Amionis.
This 8th round, 2 more rounds remaining in this cruiserweight matchup. Fun action, entertaining contest between Arthur Mann and Alexei Zubov.
Good action here. Wow.
And here is an uppercut. Boom. Again, signature uppercut by Arthur Mann, the 28-year-old.
And he didn't have the leverage on it like he did the other ones, Ray. Zubov took that one a little better. No, definitely still shook him up. An uppercut's a very hard punch to take when you're in close quarters. And then you see...
He warned him about that? I mean, come on.
I mean, it's simple. Like when the referee says, look, break, you're not supposed to make contact with your guy, especially if it's intentional. So I see the referee warning him, but, you know, there was the point deduction, so we can't get too upset about it.
Hopefully it doesn't come down to a point deduction, a fight that is this significant.
Referee's just trying to keep control.
Alexi, punching distance.
Round number 9. Javon Sugar Hill not in the corner of Alexei Zubov, rather Scott McCurdy and Rick Phillips. But Javon Sugar Hill certainly has a lengthy history with Alexei Zubov.
Stop!
I'll see what transpires here in the 9th round. There's a left hook for Mann. Zubov, they're telling Zubov to turn. They want him to turn, and there's a laceration of the left eye of Alexei Zubov. And Mark Nelson has deemed it an accidental headbutt.
You can see the temperament of Mann here. He's looking for Zubov to punch and counter, punch and counter. When a fighter's trying to counter you like that, you throw a taunt, you throw a feint, you do something to get him off balance. And don't let him know that every time you punch, you can counter and hit you. And that's not the case right now. Zubov needs to be smart. Taunt, feint, stay on the outside. Be sharp. Don't give Mann opportunities.
Stop!
Right here. Look for Mann. Look for Zubov to shoot a punch. Mann immediately counters.
I found your lost sheep. You better get them some medical attention.
Where were they?
The Yakuza had them in a brawl.
What? That's an abomination. I should...
Get off your ass and do a thing? Oh, but that would mean leaving Hassad, wouldn't it?
I have duties.
Yeah, Amiona told me you were overwhelmed by duties.
You are always so unkind to me.
And you sit up here on your self-pitying ass waiting hand on foot for an immortal narcissist while the people you pretend to care for are victimized. Don't try to tell me you give a shit about humans. Your actions? Sorry, inactions tell the story.
Do not speak ill of the goddess.
Hey, don't get your pulse rate up on my account. I'm out of here, bitch.
Marco Huck would explode for 10 to 15 seconds a couple times around and win round after round like that because he was so dominant. So Steve Mann kind of gets into the pattern as well.
fucking side, you ugly son of a bitch!
blood to yourself, please? Oh, hello, new ammo friends. You ready to kill some fuckfaces? Nothing like it!
Yourself together, man. Do you feel lucky, Mary?
Nothing like a fresh clip.
Looks like this isn't your month.
hello, new ammo friends. You ready to kill some people?
Yourself together, man. Looks like this isn't your lifetime. Wants some wang!
Thinking you dead makes me feel so alive. Oh, hello, new ammo friends. You ready to kill some fuckfaces?
Wow, look at you. Mama's little demon's all grown up.
New clip. New life.
killing you guys is wrong, I don't want to be right. I've killed today. The ugliest thing I've killed today.
Nothing like a fresh clip.
Noel McKellian versus former WBC World Champion Maris Briedis. Seconds away from the first bell in round number 1.
This one should be an entertaining encounter, BJ. My goodness. High energy for Briedis. The Latvian fans have come out to support Briedis.
Ray, I've never been to Latvia before, but I felt like I got a little glimpse of it right back there when they announced Briedis having a surprising amount of support here in Chicago.
Oh, they certainly came out. You see the Latvian flags. Briedis, who lost to Alexander Usyk last year by majority decision in the World Boxing Super Series in the semifinals. A fight that he was very much in. He's coming off a workmanlike decision in his last outing. For Noel McKellian, he said it's time for Maris Briedis to move along, and it is now the younger generation's turn.
Yeah, McKellian said it is the younger generation's turn, and I think Maris Briedis is going to have something to say about that tonight, Ray. Maris comes in with a lot of experience, losing a very close decision to Alexander Usyk, a fight that most boxing experts had him winning through the first 6 rounds. So obviously that's a tremendous feat against a champion like Usyk.
And Briedis is very comfortable, relaxed. Comes in very surgical-like when it comes to his approach. You see McKellian trained under Pedro Diaz. For Briedis, Victor Jaroszuk. This is for the WBC Diamond Championship.
And you see McKellian comes out in this first round, Ray. He's not too intimidating. He hasn't read all the press clippings, and he hasn't, believed and bought into all the hype of Maris Briedis, even though Briedis is a tremendous champion.
BJ, he's not disrespectful, but he is very confident in his abilities, talking about Noel McKellian.
Yes, I liked what I saw at the weigh-in yesterday. He said, look, Briedis is a great champion, but I don't expect anything different than a victory. And the way he's come out in the first round with his left hand and with his distance, he's doing a nice job.
And chants of Latvia echoing here at the UIC Pavilion here in downtown Chicago. Greatly appreciate you joining us wherever you may be around the world. It's the World Boxing Super Series Cruiserweight quarterfinals.
Nice right uppercut a second ago by McKellian. And if you're McKellian and from the corner of him, you're going to tell your guy, look, Briedis isn't a fast starter. Let's take advantage of these first couple of rounds and look to get off a little bit, build up a little bit of a lead to, put him behind the 8 ball a little bit going into the back half of the fight. Because Briedis is traditionally a slower starter.
If you're McKellian, he's got to pick up these rounds early, BJ, as you pointed out. He's going to have to start to throw a little bit more, especially against someone who gets stronger as the fight progresses.
Correct. Very close first round, Ray.
There you see Noel McKellian being talked to by Pedro Diaz. McKellian with a 42% knockout percentage only. 5 victories inside 3 rounds for McKellian. For Maris Briedis, he burst onto the scene with a vicious knockout over Manuel Charr in August of 2015. He said that victory opened up a lot of doors for him, and he is a national hero in Latvia. Last year, he was awarded the highest accolade in the country, the Order of the 3 Stars, Class 3.
Yeah, Fighty was outweighed by almost 32 pounds, Ray. He knocked out Charr, who was the WBA champion before a failed drug test. He was the champion, obviously a very credible guy. And for Briedis, who's a cruiserweight, to knock him out with a single right uppercut, it was very impressive.
Well, Briedis is very impressive when it comes to his overall, in terms of his life. He is on billboards in Latvia. He is also a highly ranked police officer in Latvia and the father of 5.
I saw that he's got 5 kids and obviously a lot of determination. You saw a little trick that Pedro Diaz was doing in the corner of Michaelin. He was holding up on his nose, just a tip, just a little bit. And it's interesting, when you hold up on the tip of your nose like that, it allows you to get so much more oxygen in through your nose in between those rounds. It's crazy. I've had multiple trainers do that to me, and you can just get so much more oxygen in. Very smart trainer with Pedro Diaz.
Well, if anyone knows the tools and the tricks of the trade, it's Pedro Diaz, who was the head coach of the Cuban national team for many, many years.
It's just not every day you see that in the corner, and I just saw that in the very first round. And it seems like they know this fight's going to be a long fight, and every extra breath of good air in that corner is going to help him out. I don't like what I see from the right hand of Briedis early. It's been crooked a couple times so far, and I see him keep kind of shooting it crooked, maybe trying to get over the top of that left hand of Michaelian. But Michaelian's doing some good work. Briedis is definitely a little thrown off here in the first round. He's not coming out and assuming control like some of his other fights.
For Michaelian, he's been the distance in his last 7 matchups, including 2 12-rounders. So Michaelian, no stranger to taking fights into deep waters. Also for Briedis, he's been the distance in his last 4 fights, including 3 12-rounders.
I like that little step right, left hook to the body that Michaelian just shot. And the referee said, hey, I said break, but Michaelian's letting Briedis know, hey, you're in a fight, all right? I don't care what the referee says. If you're going to stand in front of me like that, I'm going to hit you with a good shot. And I like the attitude and the temperament of Michaelian right now.
Michaelian doesn't seem to be in awe whatsoever of Briedis.
Hey, you're right about that, but we also got to remember that Briedis is a slow starter. So, if you gave the first round to Michaelian, great. If you gave it to Briedis, great. But, good second round for Michaelian, and I think he understands that he's got to, really assert himself early to get direction of this fight. Great feet by Briedis.
Briedis is always in a solid position to throw a punch.
That's because where his feet are, Ray. He's able to slide back and slide in like you just saw and be so accurate with his punches. Tremendous technique.
Round 2 draws to a close. Let's take a look at some of the work by Michaelian.
Nice straight left jab, and that's the punch when you're 6'3 and a half and you're fighting a guy who's 6'1. Hit him with that stick every time he tries to come in. And watch again. See that nice left stick that Michaelian's using. Jacks the head back of Briedis and really knocks him off his game plan. Ray, when you have a plan of a combination, you're trying to come in and shoot something, and you get hit with that over and over again, you have to regroup.
Well, that's a wise assessment, BJ. You haven't been in the ring many, many times and haven't fought at the highest level. There's no Michaelian, who says he only had around 30 amateur fights because the schooling took priority. He is a 7-year pro and looking for the biggest victory on his resume tonight against Mairis Briedis.
And I've known about Briedis, Ray, for a long time. Obviously a very talented fighter from Latvia, and he's making noise. But when I fought Tony Bellew in November of 2016, Briedis was actually on the undercard. And I got a chance to see Briedis up close and personal, and I was impressed then. And it's going to take more of a great effort tonight because Michaelian's really focused.
Well, Michaelian feels that it is finally his destiny to win the World Boxing Super Series. Last year, he had a huge fight with 36-year-old Krzysztof Wlodarczyk, who entered this tournament, and it was Wlodarczyk who pulled out the victory by split decision.
And where was that fight, Ray?
Tell me, BJ.
Fight was in Poland.
I stand corrected.
And the reason I say that is because sometimes close fights, when you're fighting Poland, sometimes those close fights, they can go the other way. And I'm seeing a very game Michaelian right here. He got caught with a good shot right there. He looks fantastic right now.
And BJ, what you're insinuating is a little bit of home cooking there for Wlodarczyk.
No, Wlodarczyk's a great fighter and a great champion, 100%. I'm just saying, if it's a close fight, maybe if they're in Germany, it goes to Michaelian.
Exactly.
So he could be undefeated right now.
Very much so. And also, if you look at Briedis, his only loss to Alexander Usyk. I mean, Usyk is a monster and is, I think, probably making a very strong claim to be the fighter of the year here.
Oh, 100%. When you beat Gassiev, who was the other kid that he beat earlier this year? But he beat, Gassiev's enough right there. And then
Gassiev beat Tony Bellew, are you kidding me? Bellew? Like, what?
Bellew and then Gassiev in the same year. I mean, the guy's got my vote.
And he goes to their backyards, and he likes it. Well, you know what I like? I like that we're here in Chicago for these two quarterfinal matchups between Briedis and McCallion.
A funny clip, something to always remember. Oh, that's not.
Shot behind the head, that not allowed. Did he deduct a point, or he told him one time?
He didn't deduct a point. He's saying that's his first warning, I think. Yeah. If he deducts a point, he's going to point to all
three judges.
Yeah.
Okay, want to make sure, but you know, sometimes guys make up their own rules.
Right.
Ron Briedis been scheduled for 12.
In a very high-level fight between two elite cruiserweights. This is what we're seeing here. You know, Briedis is careful about what he's doing because of the McCallion jab, and McCallion's very composed on the outside, and obviously still feels like he's an undefeated fighter. He told us yesterday, hey, I'm winning this fight. I'm the younger, better fighter, and obviously feels he got a raw deal in the Wlodarczyk fight. Good right hand from McCallion.
That connected, and McCallion holds up as Briedis ducks his head. Final moments of round 3. Let's take a look at, and here is the shot that McCallion was warned by.
And obviously the first time it was intentional, and the referee's looking for intent there, so. Lucky he didn't get a point taken away on a blatant hit behind the head like that, but I don't think it didn't affect Briedis too much.
Round 4, this one's scheduled for 12. A right hand to the body by Briedis. Now Briedis, it looks like he is focused on cutting off the ring and not allowing McCallion to get that real estate, move around the ring with ease.
We saw it came out in the beginning of this round, Ray, and we talked about at the beginning, Briedis traditionally likes to get going here in this 4th, 5th round, the middle portion of the fight. And, in championship fights like this, the fight really doesn't start till the 6th round, but Briedis likes to start to get a little closer to his opponents, 4, 5, and 6, apply some of that mental pressure and see what effects it has on his opponent.
BJ, McCallion has been out of the ring for 14 months. Do you think that affects him one bit, especially against Briedis?
Of course it does. He's not going to be as sharp. He's not going to. His timing is going to be there. His confidence will be a little less, although it goes away, all those butterflies go away the second the bell rings. But he can't be as sharp being out of the ring for 14 months. What's his most important is how he lived in those 14 months. When he wasn't fighting, what was he doing? Was he in the gym? Was he home? Was he on vacation? That's what's really going to matter. And I think it's kind of speaking for itself. He looks fantastic right now, Ray.
Well, he is moving around the ring very well. He's picking his spots. And if you're Briedis, he is just so relaxed in there, BJ, and does not waver when it comes to his confidence. Never wavers.
Nice right hand to the body.
Briedis looking to bring the fight closer and cut the distance, cut off the ring. And now they both tie up.
Two things are happening. You see McCallion starting to go back a little more. What that does is it doesn't allow him to have his feet set as well when he's trying to punch. So it's going to take power from the punches if he's constantly moving back and punching. And then also it kind of just changes the way the fight's laying out. It allows Briedis to, get a little closer and start to land punches without getting anything in return when McCallion's constantly moving his feet. Nice right hand.
That's a big right hand by McCallion, and Guadalupe Garcia looks over at McCallion to make sure he's not punching behind the head.
Something very important that just happened in that last exchange. McCallion landed a nice right hand to Briedis.
And now Guadalupe Garcia, 1 point deducted for an illegal and deliberate shot behind the head. Fans don't like that here, but he was warned.
Yeah, the referee's trying to get control of the fight, but we were talking about what happened in the clinch a second ago. McKellian hit Bradis with a hard right hand. Bradis hit McKellian with a hard right hand in the clinch, kind of on the side of the head. McKellian came right back and hit Bradis kind of behind the head. He's like, look, if you're going to hit me on the back of the head, I'm hitting you right back, and respect earned.
And there's a left hook by McKellian, followed by a right hand from Bradis. A little bit of blood outside the right nostril of Mairis Briedis, the former world champion.
Hey, no problem, no problem. What do you?
And definitely an intentional shot behind the head, Ray. You know, the intent was there to, you know, obviously to foul him, and you know, it didn't really hurt him or catch him too clean, but the referee's trying to take control back of the fight.
There is that deduction of a point, BJ. We're seeing quite a bit of holding here in this fight, BJ. Styles make fights, and I wonder if they are working on that eye of Briedis. This is round 5 scheduled for 12. Ray Flores, BJ Flores here ringside in Chicago, World Boxing Super Series, the quarterfinals of the Cruiserweight Tournament. And Chance Amares here in Chicago. Wonder if Briedis is going to start to let his hands go more, BJ, because McKellian seems to be content with clutching, grabbing, throwing punches sporadically. It is a difficult fight for either guy to have any sustained offense.
Very awkward, and one thing that McKellian's doing very well is controlling the distance with his left jab, and a couple hard right hands that haven't necessarily hurt Briedis, but definitely got his attention. So you see a nice long jab there at the end of the combination. Very effective punch. McKellian's very tricky, and it's not that Briedis isn't letting his hands go. It's just that McKellian is doing some things to neutralize his offense. Very sharp.
Well, Briedis has outlanded McKellian 2-1, over 2-1.
Nice left jab from Briedis. That's a punch he's got to get going. You don't want to let a 6'3½", almost undefeated guy get going and start hitting you with jabs when that's his main punch. And because if he can hit you with that jab, Ray, he's going to get a lot of confidence.
When you have to be able to deduct it, you know, take that away and deduct the confidence. Briedis throws a right hand. They both in the clinch again, and Guadalupe Garcia, he's allowing them to fight out of the clinch, so at least he's letting that be known. Sometimes referees have no rhyme or reason as to when they separate them. With Garcia, he seems to want to allow these guys to fight out of the clinches on their own.
And Briedis was complaining about a shot behind the head right there, but look, when you shoot the jab and you turn your head back, it's a legal punch. It wasn't behind the head, it wasn't intentional, but McKellian's bringing that punch wide, and it's getting back behind that ear. That affected Briedis.
As we are under a minute remaining here in the 5th round.
I love what McKellian's doing with that pull counter on the right hand. He's taking away the jab of Briedis. When Briedis jabs, he's slipping to the outside. Nice jab to the pit of the stomach there, very nice. And that's the best way to take the jab away, is that pull counter with the right hand. Slip to the outside of that punch, sink in a couple nice right hands, and next thing you know, your opponent isn't jabbing anymore.
Briedis. So it is the jabbing of McKellian and the right hand that is landing with some stream of frequency for Briedis. That is the story through 5.
Very competitive fight, Ray.
It is high-level chess here between these two combatants. And here is the complaining by Briedis of the head clashing. Guadalupe Garcia seemed to be out of position. And here it is again.
Two things about the head clash, Ray. You know, whether it was intentional or not, and it didn't look like it was, it definitely affects Briedis. He could still be hurt from the head. Those headbutts really cause a lot of pain. They hurt, and it still affects you regardless whether the referee takes a point or not.
Well, BJ, we saw in the corner as they are working on Briedis, Victor Jaroszuk and Matis Osevic. There is blood in the nose of Briedis, and that could very well be from that headbutt.
Or it could very well be from the left hand of McKellian.
True.
He's landed a lot of those when Briedis is coming in. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it's from the left hand because they were putting the Q-tip up his nose with the adrenaline and with the Vaseline last round. So it's all courtesy of the left hand of McKellian, which is very, very sharp.
Hey, stop.
That's a trainer's worst nightmare when you see your fighter going against a guy who's got a left hand like McKellian. I mean, that is a serious, serious tool in this division.
I'm just curious as to when Briedis is going to start to pick it up. This is when he typically starts to pick up the intensity. Big shot by McKellian.
Big left hand by McKellian, and he started with the right hand, so he feels like he's got Briedis in a little trouble here.
Now McKellian, very curious to see if he is going to use his youth and try to be more active and have Briedis continue to chase him around the ring.
Well, I think he's doing everything perfect right now, Rick. Doesn't need to change anything. Just keep jabbing and keep switching up the offense. He's got Briedis very gunshot right here. Briedis knows counters are coming whenever he punches, and you can see he's leery. He's got the champion, or the former champion, might I say, in a very good position.
Could it be, as we are just over the midway point of the 6th round, complacency on the behalf of Briedis?
Nope, it's the counter punching and the left jab is what it is. And Briedis hasn't found a way to take that punch away yet. And he needs to, everything he needs to do right now needs to be to take away the left hand.
McKellian landed that right hand moments ago. Should it serve Briedis well if he were to jab his way on the inside instead of waiting for that pinpoint, picture-perfect counter shot, BJ?
100%. You don't want to sit there and be a target of the jab. Jab with your opponent. Get a little upper body movement. Briedis kind of bounces in nicely with his feet, but he doesn't really, his head kind of stays in the middle. So changing your head side to side, sliding in, slip inside the jab with the right uppercut, slip outside of it and land the two. You know, check it with the hook. Do something. Make your opponent think about different things he's got to defend whenever you jab. Nice counter left
big right hand. The fans liking that.
McKellian landed a nice right hand, tried to do it again, and Briedis was sliding back and hit him with that counter check left hook. McKellian put the right hand away real quick.
This is the tempo that favors McKellian.
Yes.
And you know that Pedro Diaz is probably delighted with what he is witnessing so far out of his 28-year-old.
Ecstatic. Having a great first half of this fight.
And a right hand to the body by the German.
Wow. Just a lot of good work in the last round. You know, lead right hand, left hook by McKellian, and I feel like that shot took a little bit out of Briedis. Nice left hook right on the chin. Bang. He muscles his man back in the corner, and Briedis wasn't trying to come back with any offense after that, Ray.
Okay, 1, 2, 1. Into the inside, flexion, 3.
And as we go and take a look, Krzysztof Glowacki, the former world champion. He has a date with Maxim Vlasov. That is next. Here from Chicago. It's the World Boxing Super Series, the Cruiserweight quarterfinals.
Can't wait for that one. Vlasov coming off so many good victories, and Glowacki is the goods.
Well, you're getting, it is different stylistic matchups. This is more from a pugilistic standpoint. It is the intelligence of McKellian against the aggression and the former world champion, the punching power of Briedis. For the next fight, I would dare even say that these guys are probably going to stand in the center of the ring and just bomb away at each other.
Well, you never know till the bell sounds, but you know, you got a very high level caliber of two fighters here. These are guys I've heard about for, 7-8 years, Bradis and McKellian. Even though he was on the way up, he had a good amateur background, even though he said he only had 30 fights. But, he made noise in Germany immediately when he turned pro, and he's got some good victories. So, guys I've been hearing about for years and years. Great call by the World Boxing Super Series to lump all these cruiserweights together and put them in one tournament. This is like a dream for me, watching all these good cruisers fight.
Season number 2 of the World Boxing Super Series. What stands out from McKellian, BJ, is the hand speed. He has such an advantage. He's so much quicker with his hands compared to that of Bradis.
I think he's quicker. I don't think he's way quicker, but he's timing his shots better, Ray. So he's able to appear quicker because his timing is a little better because he's landing those counter punches. Nice check left hook right there by Bradis. But, the key to that is when you have good timing beats speed. And, McKellian's timing he's on. I mean, it doesn't look like he's been off for very long to me.
Do you think that the wars that Bradis, or the fight that he had with Usyk, and, the high trauma that he was dealing with Mike Perez last year, that it took a toll on him physically? Because sometimes you never know when a fighter gets old overnight.
He's not old overnight. I mean, he's still very competitive, and he's in this fight. It's just he's got a very difficult challenge in front of him. He's got a 6'3.5" guy who's very deceptive on paper. He's 23-1, 10 knockouts. What does that tell you? Okay, he doesn't have a lot of knockout power. He's lost a fight, even though it's a very close fight to Krzysztof Wlodarczyk. You don't see what McKellian does on paper, but once you get in the ring, Bradis is starting to get a very, very close and personal look about how qualified this kid is, and I'm very impressed.
Well, this would be an upset without question if McKellian picks up this W against Mars Bradis. So big right hand in, backed up Bradis.
I mean, he can't miss with that right hand, Ray, and you should not be able to hit your opponent with a lead right hand like that. I think McKellian's got Bradis in a really good place right now.
It is absolute target practice when he wants to throw that right hand. Noel McKellian. Ray Flores, BJ Flores.
How straight that right hand was? I'm sorry.
It was, straight shots shorten your distance to your target. Final moments, round 7. It is McKellian and Bradis.
Wow. And looking back on the last round, Ray, if you see the right hand of McKellian straight off the chin, point A to point B, quickest way to get to the target. McKellian reminded us all, and especially Bradis firsthand, beautiful punch right on the tip of the chin. Couldn't have been in a better spot, Ray.
I concur, BJ. It was right on the button as he was backing up. And here we see Maxim Vlasov. He is coming and trying to take out Krzysztof Glowacki. That's our second main event here from Chicago. It's the World Boxing Super Series, the Cruiserweight quarterfinals. Now, the winner of both fights tonight will face off next year in the semifinals. As you see, Noel McKellian, who has been stellar tonight, an overhand right that backs up Bradis. Bradis seems to be shy to throw his punches.
Hey, stop! And I'm going to tell you right now, if you're Bradis, the time is now to start to get yourself back into this fight. Whatever you have to do, get closer to your opponent, get your head off the center, attack on the inside, work the body, whatever it is. I got him down 4 or 5 rounds on my card right now, Ray, and he's got to start to get himself back into this fight.
Noel McKellian is fighting at the tempo that he wants. He is landing the cleaner punches. He is the superior technician thus far. But Bradis, can he go and rely on his championship acclaim and his medal to get him past a very hungry challenger in Noel McKellian?
Don't let a young, hungry guy like McKellian, who's only been defeated once and very controversially, get into a fight like this, because now he's got full belief he can win this fight. And Bradis didn't really tell McKellion early, and when I say tell, I mean he didn't assert himself as much as he should have, and now I feel like McKellion's in control so far and believes, you know, that he's going to win this fight.
BJ Anderson, and there's a chopping right hand over the top as Briedis had halted him in his forward movement. But now Briedis is coming forward a little bit more as we are in 80 seconds to go, round 8.
Briedis simply isn't getting off enough, and he isn't getting off first, Rick. Why? Upper body movement of McKellion. Left jab of McKellion. Counter punching with the slip counter on the right hand. He's doing all the things to take away the offense of a proven champion like Briedis.
Also, Briedis, though, BJ, I mean, you can assess this having been in the ring many times against high-level world-class opposition. He seems lethargic tonight. This is not the Briedis that fought Mikey Pettis. This is not the Briedis that fought Usyk. I know styles are different, but I am really just perplexed as to why he's not trying to impose his will upon the younger fighter in McKellion.
I'm going to answer that with one simple phrase, that left jab. I mean, that jab will put a stop to anything. Kenny Adams used to say it to me for years, that left jab can win you fights. My father echoed the same things and said, look, let's jab them until they make us do something else. And that's exactly what McKellion's doing right here. It's completely taken away the offense of Mars Briedis.
I feel like we're watching a solid pitching performance from a guy who is a young prospect being brought up, or that is a number 4, number 5 starter, and he's taken on an ace, and he is out-dueling the ace.
Yes, he really is. What a great analogy that was, because I absolutely love baseball, and that's the perfect analogy. You're just wondering, round after round, if he's going to continue to strike every batter out like he has been so far, or if eventually, when the other hitters go through the second and third time through the lineup, if they're going to finally get a piece of the young kid.
Well, they have some work to do in the corner of Briedis.
Okay, come on.
There's Pedro Diaz.
Okay, go. Good job, coach. Let's go, coach. Let's go.
It's World Boxing Super Series, the Cruiserweight quarterfinals, round 9. This one's scheduled for 12. BJ, when do you start to hit the panic button if you're in the corner of Briedis?
No panic button, because he's always in the fight. He's got the offense nice right hand from McKellion, but he's simply got to let his hands go now. What he wasn't doing in the beginning of the fight, he was kind of waiting for the openings to kind of come in as McKellion got a little more tired. Those things haven't happened, Ray. So he's got to start applying pressure and seeing if that pressure will start to break down McKellion mentally, because nothing's worked so far.
I can't even see you can give 2 or 3 rounds to Briedis at this moment.
Well, he for sure won the round where he got the point taken away.
Yes.
At least it was even. He might have snuck in a round or 2 somewhere else, but we're in round 9 and having a tough time picking out any more than 1 or 2 rounds for Briedis. So McKellion should definitely be in the lead 3 to 4 rounds comfortably. And mathematically, in round number 9, how do you come back from that unless you score some knockdowns and get very aggressive?
There's a straight right hand down the center by McKellion.
Watch your head.
There isn't even this. Briedis is waiting and waiting. I know he's being stymied by the jab. However, he is waiting and he's wanting to throw. I wonder if his mind is telling him to throw, but his body is not allowing it, or he's just that much perplexed by the technical ability of McKellion.
I'm going to tell you right now, a left jab like McKellion's is very perplexing. He got caught with a little bit of a headbutt right there, but you see McKellion with his left hand up, his left hand down, head movement to the side. He gives Briedis so many different looks, it's impossible to set up a game plan. You just got to attack and get close and hope to land, but McKellion's just doing a lot of good work, not to mention he's 3.5 inches taller, which is hard to translate. You can't really see it on the TV that well, but he's quite a bit longer than Briedis as well.
Well, he is. That reach advantage is playing a factor here in the fight, and also just the distance in which McKellion is fighting at as well. He isn't even in range.
His timing is perfect too. Very, very good on those counter shots. And you know, it's not just the left jab; it's also the counter punching of McKellion that's put the offense of Briedis away. And that's spectacular because I've never seen Briedis be so defensive in a fight. Never. Beautiful
body work by McKellion.
And I'm telling you right now, so far through 9 rounds, if you're a fan of boxing, you like this cruiserweight division, this is the kid to get excited about because he's the goods. He looks tremendous tonight.
Well, McKellion he said he wanted to breathe new life and it was time for the younger generation to take over. So far, that has been the case through 9 rounds against Briedis. And there was a laceration above the right eye of Noel McKellion. Oswaldo Nordello working on it.
That's a big one too, Ray.
That's a deep gash. And here is how it happened because of an accidental clash. That's boom. Oh my goodness, that looked awful.
And that's one of those ones where you see the crown of the head of Briedis hitting into the front of the face of McKellion, and that's a tough one for McKellion to take. Yeah, he's cut. Yeah, he's bleeding. That's going to come into the fight, but that's also a blow that can make you quite dizzy, a headbutt like that.
That's where he was complaining about the accidental clash of heads, and it's in a spot where you have that is such a tender area, BJ, and it could very well be problematic, if not throughout the remainder of this fight, but moving forward for McKellion.
You know the saying, Ray, all's fair in love and war. If I'm the corner of Briedis, I'm going to be telling him and urging my guy to get in there and do whatever it takes to get close to him and affect that eye of McKellion, because that could be a fight changer. I mean, he got hit hard. He's bleeding now in his eye. He's facing things that he hasn't had to deal with before, at this level at least. And I'm going to make sure my fighter makes the other fighter prove that he's still able to fight at the same level.
And if you would have told me coming into the fight that McKellion was going to outland from a power punch standpoint Briedis, I'd say you are dead wrong. But that is what is transpiring here tonight.
Yeah, if you're Briedis here, you just got to put pressure on McKellion and get close. Hit him in the eye. Do whatever you got to do. I know it sounds bad. It sounds terrible, but you got to do whatever it takes to.
Now 1 point deducted.
I'm so confused right now.
What was that? Did he say for holding?
No idea. And I don't know if Briedis knows, and I don't know if anybody in this arena knows either.
That was a very quick deduction of a point by referee in charge, Guadalupe Garcia.
I think he gave him took the point away for holding his head down and what he thought was hitting while his head was down, but there's been no warnings for that. Nothing crazy happened, and
So what we have gathered is it was because of the fact of it was Briedis holding down the head of McKellion and then punching him, which is obviously not allowed. In turn, Guadalupe Garcia deducted the point. So now with a deduction of point on both sides, that sort of washes that.
That was kind of the only thing that Briedis had going for him so far, Ray. So that makes this fight, even more one-sided for McKellion. And you see Briedis laying a nice left hook right there, but it just doesn't shake McKellion, and he comes back with a nice overhand right, just not letting Briedis get in control of this fight.
Well, the blood continues to flow outside the right eye of Noel McKellion. Very confident is the 28-year-old who resides in Germany.
And you see Briedis complain of the overhand right a second ago that was kind of behind the head, and the referee didn't say anything about it. It wasn't dirty to me. It wasn't straight, but it definitely wasn't behind the head. So that also, those kind of punches landed also make Briedis be more apprehensive and less offensive.
And VJ, the Latvian contingency that came out to support Briedis, they did not have any idea that this is what they were going to witness.
Been silenced, and for good reason. McKellion came out and fought a fantastic fight. And that's why this tournament is so fantastic. This World Boxing Super Series, the #1 seed against
here is the point deduction. There is that shot by Briedis. So Guadalupe Garcia did. I mean, I don't know if that was the right call, but it's the call that he made nonetheless. Round 11, this one's scheduled for 12. Talk about needing a knockdown or several knockdowns or a knockout. Briedis looks to be in a heap of trouble, at least to us here at ringside.
An interesting piece of information I just learned, Ray, is that Briedis actually chose to fight Mikhailiev in the first round of this tournament, and it just shows the hidden talent and how deep this cruiserweight division is. You got the #1 seed picking a guy who just lost to a former champion, Krzysztof Wlodarczyk, coming in and having his way with the #1 seed. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, be careful what you wish for, and Briedis may have been off more than what he can chew tonight. And again, Guadalupe Garcia is getting in the mix, and I would hope he would not get in the mix as much.
Right.
But Briedis he just seems to be unmotivated. This is not the Briedis that we are so accustomed to seeing.
I just disagree with that. I feel like you got to give credit to Mikhailiev for what he's doing to take away offensive attack from Briedis, and he's motivated, Ray. Trust me, he wants to win this fight very bad, but that left hand, I mean, those punches are a lot harder than they look. I'll say this.
No, I'll never doubt even an amateur fighter in terms of what they throw, because I don't like getting punched in the face. However, looking at from a prize fighter standpoint, Briedis, there seems to be no gas in his tank. There isn't a hop in his step. There isn't that sense that we are so used to witnessing that we saw in Season 1 of the World Boxing Super Series.
No, you're correct about that, but I'll say it again. He's taken a lot of hard straight left jabs coming in. He's countered. He's buzzed at least 3 or 4 times in this fight. He's probably seen stars 3 or 4 times in this fight. All those things take a toll on you, and when you want to go to the well, in the 11th round and dig in and really get it all out, sometimes there.
Briedis had a clash of heads and then went right on the offensive to try to tattoo McKelly, and then McKelly looked at Guadalupe Garcia, the referee, and say, hey, we had a clash of heads, come on.
And it was a clash of heads, but here's the problem with that. It's a mistake I've made in fights too. When a foul has happened intentionally, just let the referee do his job. Don't look at him and try to tell him, because it still leaves you open and still you're still open. So I've made mistakes like that before as well. Been fouled, looked at the referee, and then got fouled again. So it's still a fight. Remember that.
I'm sure that's not fun to deal with whatsoever, BJ.
It was terrible.
Big right hand by McKelly. But the German resident having his way with Briedis as one more round remaining.
And this is an absolute...
A nice shot by Briedis. Take a look at it again.
The corner of McKelly has done a really nice job on that cut. Didn't really affect it too much in the last round, Ray, and it looked bad the round before.
Now they touch gloves, the 12th and final round between the two combatants. But now Briedis, he needs a huge rally now. This is imperative, the 12th and final round between the two combatants. But now Briedis, he needs a huge rally now. This is imperative for Briedis to find a way to get a knockdown or a knockout, because barring
for as well. Been fouled, looked at the referee, and then got fouled again. So it's still a fight. Remember that.
I'm sure that's not fun to deal with whatsoever, BJ.
It was terrible.
Big right hand by McKelly. But the German resident knows the 12th and final round between the two combatants. But now Briedis, he needs a huge rally now. This is imperative for Briedis to find a way to get a knockdown or a knockout, because barring anything, crazy from the judges, McKellion has been dominant tonight.
Yeah, he has, but he's still got this 12th round to watch out for. He's in there with a very experienced fighter who, even though it doesn't look like it, is still applying a very high amount of pressure.
Well, now Briedis, he is letting his hands go more. Better late than never. We will see if Briedis can go and summon his, as much as he can, dig down deep. A minute has elapsed here in the 12th and final round.
An absolute dogfight every time. They're fighting hard on the outside. They're fighting hard for position. Both guys are landing, and then when they get inside, both guys are doing everything they can to land good punches on the inside. So, very impressive. You see right there, every time they get close, there's no break and relax. Both guys try to gain an advantage on every clinch.
And a right hand that connected by McKellion. We are now approaching the midway point of the 12th and final round. But for McKellion, what a job to come in here to Chicago and to put on a performance like this against Briedis.
A tremendous performance by both fighters. I mean, who would have thought McKellion would come in and beat the #1 seed? It's all been about the #1 seed. The #1 seed's going to do. Who's facing the #1 seed? Well, McKellion said, you know what? You guys forgot about me. And I'm going to show everyone tonight that, look, this cruiserweight's a very deep division, and just what an outstanding performance through 35 minutes so far. 60 seconds till he's the new #1 seed, right?
Yeah, no question. He has superseded, or depending on how the judges have it scored. But I would say if McKellion gets this victory, PJ, this would be in the first round, the upset of the tournament.
Well, if he doesn't get it, he should, and he deserves it, based on what I've seen, unless there's anything crazy in his last 30 seconds. But, you know, you always want the right guy to win the fight. Briedis is a tremendous champion. Another late shot in a clinch. It's happened every clinch of the whole fight, Ray.
Yeah, there have been a little bit, some extracurriculars between the two. And now Briedis trying to throw, but you see his face is reddened from those right hands of McKellion.
Great performance from McKellion. Gritty performance by Briedis, and unfortunately, he's just on the wrong side of a bad draw in this tournament. He probably beats anybody else in the Super 6. McKellion's night.
No, McKellion looked outstanding tonight against Mairis Briedis. Will he get the verdict in his favor? We're about to find out and see how the judges have it rendered.
It's seriously like 9 rounds to 3 at the most, maybe 10. He'll probably have an 8-4 to 5. He won 9 or 10 rounds. Can you show me some replays?
Very good performance from Noel McKellion, coming out and putting on an absolutely shocking performance. I can't believe it. The way he boxed from round 1 all the way till round 12. Complete control with his left jab, his counter-punching with his right hand. Very gritty inside work. Mairis Briedis came in and put on a very game performance, but guess what? He was outgunned today by a younger, hungrier fighter, and full credit to Noel McKellion for an outstanding performance against the #1 seed.
Head catches.
And you see the face of Noel McKillian obviously took a lot of punishment, a few hard headbutts in there, and Bradis landed some good shots as well. You go over to the corner to Bradis, you also see a fighter who's sustained a lot of punishment to try to get closer, and really the key tonight, guys, was just the left hand of McKillian. He was able to control a very hungry, a very hard punching, a very determined champion, and a champion who has never been, in a fight like this. To pick Noel McKillian and to lose in the first round, I'm shocked. And let's throw it up to Ray Flores at ringside. Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we go to the scorecards. Here are your score totals. Judge at ringside, Benjamin Rendon has it 116-110. Steve Morrow, 115-111. Hubert Min, 114-112 for your winner by unanimous decision. And now the WBC Cruiserweight Diamond Champion. And moving on to the semifinals of the World Boxing Super Series Cruiserweight Tournament, Mairis Briedis.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm left completely speechless. I'm not sure what I'm witnessing right now. In a fight where Mairis Briedis was beaten almost every round. I can't think of more than 2 or 3 rounds that I could have possibly given him. And with the point deduction from McKellian in the beginning, and then Briedis getting the point deduction later in the fight, I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. Shocking. And we finally hear the Latvian crowd starting to speak up a little bit now, but it disappointed Noel McKillian over there, and then rightfully so, he won the fight.
Wow. All right, we are joined alongside by Mairis Briedis, who is victorious tonight over Noel McKillian. Mairis, if you can go ahead and turn over this way. Thank you very much, sir. What is your thoughts on the victory? You heard a mixed reaction here at UIC. There are a lot of people at ringside that had McKillian winning the fight. What do you feel led to the victory here tonight against McKillian?
We know this is very hard preparing because before injuries, and the doctors say we can boxing, but I say we can box. And I have 2 questions. How much here is Chicago fan? Chicago. And second question. Cik daudz šeit ir latviešu atbalstītāji?
Mairis, are you telling us that you were injured coming into the fight? You mentioned about dealing with doctors. Were you injured coming into this fight? What was he injured coming into the fight?
No, but before it's a long time for recovery. It's 3 months, but we take 1 month. And for fight, not too much with how you see, it's not too much right hand, but how my coach said, this is be in this tournament hardest fight. Because yes, how he say, but we did it, and until Chicago, thanks Latvian fans, thanks my opponent, very good opponent.
Who do you want next? Our second main event features Golbatsky Vlasov. Who do you want? You are going to be fighting the winner of our next top 10. Who do you want in the semifinals?
I fight with this guy to win this fight.
Whoever. Yes. Thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mairis Briedis. He is victorious here tonight. He moves on to the semifinals of the World Boxing Super Series Cruiserweight Tournament. Back to BJ.
And guys, there we see Noel McKillian walking out of the ring to his team, giving him, consoling him, and letting him know that he fought a tremendous fight. And look, I gotta be honest, he fought the fight of his life. He did everything he had to do to win a championship fight, held on strong down the stretch, and I can't fathom how the judges gave Briedis 8 of those rounds. I don't get it. great gutsy performance by Briedis. I mean, hang in there and do what he has to do and come on late. Like, he fought a great fight, but just, you know, these kids work so hard to get an opportunity like that. It takes years and years to get a fight for a world title like that, and it would have been a life changer for Noel McGillian, and I really feel for him. And now back in the dressing room of our second main event, Maxim Vlasov of Russia getting ready to square off against former WBO champion Krzysztof Glowacki in a fight that has many boxing experts on the edge of their seat. There we see Krzysztof Glowacki in his dressing room in that southpaw style, getting warm for his second main event that will be among us very shortly.
Hold yourself together, man.
In the tail of the tape, looking at both guys, both come in at 32 years of age. Very similar in the weight, height, reach. And if you look at the only thing you can point out, the 42 wins compared to the 30 wins of Vlasov to Glowacki, both have faced very high caliber opposition, both similar amounts of knockouts per fights that they have, and on paper this seems to be a very evenly matched fight. So now let's get this fight underway, and let's throw it back up to the ring floor at ringside. Rick.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's World Boxing Super Series is about to begin. Please welcome ring announcer, Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, again we welcome you to the UIC Pavilion here in Chicago, Illinois, USA, for the World Boxing Super Series Season 2. This is our 6th installment of the second season as we go ahead, and the World Boxing Super Series features the best fighting the best across 3 different weight divisions. The winner of each tournament will fight and will take home the coveted Muhammad Ali Trophy, named in honor of the greatest of all time, Muhammad Ali. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present Krzysztof Glowacki and Maxim Vlasov. First of all, please welcome, making his way to the ring from Samara, Russia. Here is Maxim Vlasov.
Ranked among the leading cruiserweight contenders by the WBA, WBC and WBO, Maxim Vlasov is a dangerous opponent in the tournament. An experienced campaigner who's won 42 of his 44 fights, Vlasov has had success in multiple weight classes and is on a winning streak of 12 up to middleweight in 2015. With a 57% career knockout rate, please welcome to the arena, Maxim Vlasov! Oh, yeah!
And there's Maxim Vlasov making his way to the ring. 12 straight wins since moving up to the cruiserweight division. And he has 8 straight KOs going into this. Stop. Wait. Coming in with a lot of confidence, he felt that making weight at light heavyweight was taking away from his performances once he got into the ring. And now that he's a full 200 pounds, he's able to show his true potential. Maxim Vlasov, Samara, Russia. That's nice.
And his opponent, he is the World Boxing Super Series #3 seed, hailing from Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Krzysztof Glowacki.
Former WBO Cruiserweight World Champion Krzysztof Glowacki has fought some of the biggest names in reaching the pinnacle of the division. Blavatsky took the title by ending the 6-year reign of Marco Huck in an incredible contest before defending it against former champion Steve Cunningham. He lost the title and his undefeated record to Alexander Usyk, who's won 4 fights on the comeback trail since. Please welcome to the arena, Krzysztof Blavatsky!
And there we have, making his way to the ring, 32-year-old Krzysztof Blavatsky, the former WBO champion. In great form, coming off a lot of momentum. Moments away from the first bell.
Hello, new ammo friends. You ready to kill some people?
From the UIC Pavilion here in Chicago, Illinois, USA. It's time for our second main event of the evening. 12 rounds for the interim WBO Cruiserweight Championship of the World. And a berth to the semifinals of the World Boxing Super Series Cruiserweight Tournament. Sanctioned by the WBO and presented by Formosa AG. Your 3 judges scoring this bout at ringside will be from the United States, Mike Fitzgerald, also from the United States, Robert Eccles, and from Canada, Benoit Roussel. And the referee in charge with Gonzalez, the third man inside the ring from the United States, Celestino Ruiz. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is it, our second main event of the evening. Introducing first, fighting to my left on the red corner, he comes in wearing the black trunks stripped with the gold, official weight to 198 pounds. His record includes 42 wins, 25 of those coming inside the distance against 2 losses. Fighting out of Samara, Russia. Ladies and gentlemen, Dami Gospoda, presenting Maxim Vlasov. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the blue corner. He comes in wearing the black with the gold, officially 190 pounds. His record near perfect, 30 wins, 19 of those coming by way of knockout against 1 sole defeat. Hailing from Warsaw, Poland. He is the former WBO Cruiserweight Champion of the World. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Krzysztof Blavatsky.
Gentlemen, you can see me on in the best moment. expecting these fights to talk about time. I'm gonna let you work right here. Here we go. Good luck.
And here we go. 42-2 Maxim Vlasov from Samara, Russia, squaring off against former WBO champion Krzysztof Blawowski in what promises to be a very, very exciting cruiserweight bout.
It's our main event of the evening here in Chicago. Krzysztof Blawowski, Maxim Vlasov.
Mess with the bull, you get the way. Racist, but all you demons really do look alike. Feels good.
Nothing like a fresh clip. Pull yourself together, man.
Not the ugliest thing I've killed today. With the bull, you get the way. Mess with the bull, you get the way.
Hey, watch! Oh, look at you. What a mess!
Oh, man, yeah! Today is a good day to die. Fuck you. It's not whiskey, but it'll do.
Oh, hello, new ammo friends. You ready to kill some fuckfaces?
Glowacki.
He's getting a lot of leverage behind those shots.
Stop. Not going. Hey.
Vlasov reminds me of one of those fighters. He's just so tough, so awkward. He gets in close to you. He's so unorthodox, and it makes everything you do different. It's like nothing you've seen before.
We'll look to go from super middleweight to cruiserweight and be doing well in the division.
Yeah, I haven't found many rounds in this fight that I can give him, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the back half of this fight. Nice body shot by Glowacki.
Glowacki, they're both trading jabs. A minute left here in the sixth.
Nice with the full. Get away.
Nice straight right hand by Vlasov, and it was all set up by the head movement. You saw Vlasov, he's sitting right in front of Glowacki, but he's not. Heads off to the side, heads off the other way. He's able to land those punches because it freezes Glowacki for a second when he sees all that movement.
Celestino Ruiz telling both fighters are telling Glowacki to keep his punches up. Vlasov advancing forward. Glowacki to a straight left, he missed.
I'm going to tell you right now, with this fight continues to go how it's going, it's not going to be an easy night for Glowacki. Yes, he's up on the scorecard. He's winning almost every round, but these last 6 rounds will not be easy. He's got a very determined challenge in front of him tonight, and Vlasov, I had the feeling, he's just getting started.
Key word, BJ, is you think he's winning on the scorecards.
Yeah.
That being the key word. Rob, we are halfway home. Here's a combination delivered by Vlasov.
It was nothing beautiful, Ray, but it was 4 good shots, and 3 of them landed. And that's the key. If you want to land a punch, put it with 3s and 4s.
Not happy in the corner of Glowacki. Fyodor Lapin. Round 7, this one is scheduled for 12. Vlasov is the more aggressive fighter, BJ, but you have to be cognizant of the power and the ability of Krzysztof Glowacki.
And I like what Glowacki's doing in the beginning of this round. He's pulling the power off some of his punches and just trying to let his hands go a little more. He's not trying to load up as much with every shot.
We're seeing more of a jab and an emphasis on targeting the body.
Big left hand from Glowacki. Vlasov pulling back. Great punch selection.
Very interesting stylistic matchup between these two. That rocked Vlasov.
Sure did.
My goodness, what a shot.
And it's a funny thing what happens whenever you start to take the power of the punches and stop trying to load up. As soon as you do that, you see a more successful Krzysztof Glowacki in the 7th round.
I think that shook up Vlasov. You saw his eyes and his head just go right back and snap his head back.
But there's been a lot of punches so far, Ray, that I would think have shooken him up, but the way he keeps coming, I can't believe his grit and determination. He's got a very, very large engine. Keeps coming.
Non-stop.
Sneaky left hand he gets in there. You see the 3 punches from Vlasov, then you see the stunning body shots of Glowacki.
That's nice.
Nice right hook by Glowacki, but Vlasov throws a couple of right hands down the center.
Either guy wants to step back and take a break.
They realize how much is on the line. A trip to the semifinals of the World Boxing Super Series Cruiserweight Tournament.
You saw the referee try to step in there and say break. Both guys kept swinging, right?
They were more than willing to separate themselves. Now they are once again in in the clinch. Separate.
Nice left hand from Vlasov. He's in very dangerous waters sitting in front of a puncher like Glowacki with his hands down, but he's got that awkward style and makes it work for him. Some more right hand leads. He's hitting the southpaw with the traditional punch in southpaw with the right hand lead and the left hook. Now he's got to watch out for that left hand, Ray.
We near the conclusion of round 7.
And you see the lead foot of Glowacki going to the outside of the foot of Vlasov, putting him in range to land that left hand. Sinking in some of those nice left hands to the body, coming back up top. Better round for Vlasov, but still not enough to necessarily win the round on my card, Ray.
BJ Glowacki is landing the more impactful punches. Vlasov, though, is giving a very game effort. There you see the former world champion Krzysztof Glowacki. Round 8. This one's scheduled for 12. As you take a look at the numbers, only separated by 4 when it comes to total connection. A little bit of a wrestling match going on with Celestino Ruiz.
You don't want to do that again. Okay?
He admonished Krzysztof Glowacki for that infraction.
And the referee told Vlasov to keep it clean. I'm pretty sure he's the one that got thrown down and got pushed around there, Ray. Maybe I'm seeing it incorrectly.
You're right on that.
You feel lucky, Mary?
Yeah, the thing was, whenever you grab your opponent and send him around, there's only one guy involved.
I would tend to agree with you in that regard, BJ. What does Vlasov have to do to try to narrow the gap or try to get more sustained offense against Glowacki?
2 things. The main thing he has to do is work to his left. Work away from the left hand of Glowacki. Don't walk into the wheelhouse right into it. Vlasov needs to step to his left and get away from the power hand, and then that will allow him to work his 2 hands better. Secondly, he's got to use some type of upper body movement to get him out of the way of the left hand, A, and B, put him in position to shoot different combinations. When you just walk in with your hands up, you're an open target. Move your head, get to the side, work to your left, then work your combinations.
Also, it's, as you mentioned, move your head feints. A little bit of feinting, I don't think would hurt Maxim Vlasov.
Just, some guys just, they have little regard for what their opponent's going to do. They just want to, they're so worried about what they got to do. And I feel like if Vlasov was a little more defensive, working to his left, he wouldn't have to take so many punches coming in. He'd be able to, land his shots and do things. But, you got to give credit to Glowacki for making Vlasov fight this way. I don't believe in coincidence in these fights, Ray. I feel like the one guy's always doing something to make the other guy not fight how he would normally fight.
I agree with you. It was good. Glowacki is such a veteran. Has been in there and lost to Usyk. I mean, everyone's getting beat by Alexander Usyk.
But how deep is this division? Because we just saw Mars Bradis lose a very close decision to Usyk, and then we saw what we all thought, Noel Bakelian dominate Mars Bradis. And then, you got Usyk, who's now probably, after his victory today over Tony Bellew by 8th round knockout, probably going to heavyweight to face
Anthony Joshua. The unified. Sign me up for that one.
And that's a fight that people will look at and say it's a mismatch, but believe it or not, Usyk's going to give anybody some problems, including Anthony Joshua. I'm not saying he's going to win, but he gives any fighter problems. He's a special guy.
And right now, it is Glowacki who's giving problems to Maxim Vlasov as we are 2/3 of the way completed. Okay, and here is They are both punching, okay? They are, and it was a little bit of a, almost seemed like a pro wrestling hip toss there, BJ.
Great technique, Craig.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. As again, we take another look at it. They're punching, close distance, and a little bit of a hip toss there by Krzysztof Glowacki, but he did put his left arm there to try to soften the fall for Vlasov.
Got a lot of good leverage with that hip toss, didn't he, Ray?
No doubt about it.
Great technique. This guy must have a wrestling background.
Exactly. Might have been taking some lessons from another Polish standout in pro wrestling, Ivan Putski. But this is round 9, scheduled for 12.
Nice right hand from our man Maxim Vlasov. Big body shot.
Vlasov coming in with his head down. That could be a big reason why we have some of the clinches. Straight right hand. And again, Vlasov is leading with his head, and Celestino Ruiz warns him yet again.
Tells them to watch their heads, but it's something that very normally happens when an Orthodox and a Southpaw fighter fight. They clash heads. You know, the lead foot of each guy is forward, and it's just it's a natural disaster for head clashes.
Tying up again. Oh boy. Vlasov. Celestino Ruiz has warned both guys.
I'm not sure if either guy understands what he's saying.
You would hope. As 10 has elapsed here in round 9. The winner will take on Maris Briedis in the semifinals of the World Boxing Super Series semifinals. Ray Flores, BJ Flores, thank you so much for joining us wherever you are around the world.
Big body shot. What a beautiful body shot by Glowacki. He saw him back on his left foot, kind of waited until Vlasov shot a right hand and then sunk the left hand right in the body. Beautiful shot. You can see the subtle combinations from Vlasov. Nothing pretty. Nothing that's going to, score a spectacular one-punch knockdown, but it's just it's a difficult style to fight. A guy who comes at you every round, shooting combinations with a great chin, a lot of combinations.
And also, he's both seem to be initiating clinches at points of the fight. They get in the clinch. Celestino Ruiz separates them. Right hook to the body by Glowacki. Straight left that connected. And now chance of Glowacki raining down here at the UIC Pavilion.
I'm surprised I didn't see as much red in here tonight as I normally do. I remember the Steve Cunningham, Thomas Adamek fights that I would go to in the Prudential Center in New Jersey. And then later they fought again on NBC. Like, there was so much red. I felt like I was in mini Poland, and you hear the crowd, but you don't see as much red as I thought I would see.
That's the end of the night. And also we remember Andrew Galata, who used to be fighting here in Chicago, was actually fought Layman Brewster a long time at the United Center, a few miles away from here. Take a look at some of the work from round 9. There's that shot right to the belt line by Glowacki.
Not necessarily low either, just right on the belt line. A good body shot.
Outside the right eye of Maxim Vlasov. Take another look at it. Both gentlemen, faces reddened from right hands that they have been connecting on one another. Also from clash of heads as well. reddened, and that right eye is starting to swell. His right eye is starting to swell, and that could be extremely problematic for him in these final few rounds.
I'm surprised his face looks as good as it does, Ray, with all the left hands he's eating from Glowacki, who's obviously a very good puncher. Had knockout victory over Marco Huck. Beat a lot of good fighters on the way up. He's hit hard left uppercut to the body that stops Vlasov right in his tracks.
Well, Vlasov, he has that right glove pretty high to his eye because he is cognizant of that. And you better believe that it has given him issues now.
And what saves Vlasov is that upper body movement he's got. It doesn't look like much, but it throws off Glowacki just enough to where he can't get the timing, even though he's standing right in front of his opponent. I was at breakfast this morning, and I was in line at the buffet, and Vlasov walked right next to me, and I saw him, and it's surprising how thin he is. He's not a big guy, he's not a bulky guy, but he gets right in front of you, and he used that upper body movement very well to deflect the attack of a huge puncher like Glowacki.
Well, Glowacki or Vlasov has been working very hard and been taking some straight left hands during the duration of this matchup. As we approach 60 seconds in round 10. Ruiz again, and chastising Krzysztof Glowacki. Nice combination by Vlasov. Now Vlasov is using a lot more head movement.
Look at that. This is some of the things that a guy does moving up and weight. You know, the guy, he can't punch like Glowacki. He's not as strong as Glowacki, but the upper body movement is really saving him here in these later rounds. Glowacki simply isn't able to get off as much.
Big right hook. They both exchange big shots towards the tail end of round 10. They walk each other up.
Completely different type of challenge when Glowacki fought Marco Huck a few years ago. He was able to hit a guy who stood right in front of him with his hands up. And now this is a guy like Vlasov in front of him, completely different. Glowacki still winning the round, just a very challenging type of fight. Big right hand from Vlasov.
Both exchanging entries in round 10. Taking a look back at round 9, this is where the head clash happened, where the massive basketball didn't solve that clash of heads. Again, take a look at it. Right there, that's what started the swelling, and they caught of the right Vlasov. This is round 11 scheduled for 12. The winner will move on to take off Maris Britis. Ready for his B-Day inside here in Chicago. World Boxing Super Series. Look at this, a big left hand.
Refreshing.
Polish fans at the beat, Ray, you see everybody for the Glowacki. That's just pretty aggressive there. Glowacki pulled a Benjamin, he slid back and landed a nice left hand.
Glowacki has power, dynamite in his hands. He can certainly end this fight late. Comes Vlasov.
Big shots from Vlasov right there. You see, they're subtle. They're not as flashy as the Glowacki shots. They don't get there. They don't make the loud stuff. They don't make the noise like Glowacki, but those straight punches hurt Ray and they get there quicker.
And again, Glowacki's everything, and I can't believe I hit this guy with some heavy artillery, some heavy leather, and this guy isn't going anywhere.
Another headbutt. Right on the nose of Vlasov.
What is Santana Ruiz doing?
another flesh wound. It's not whiskey, but it'll do.
Nothing like a fresh clip. You mind keeping your blood to yourself, please? Says keep pointing toward enemies.
Fallout 76 is coming soon, and there's some information you should probably have before it comes out. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, 10 things to know about Fallout 76 before the full game launches. Number 10, you need to
the ugliest thing I've killed today.
As opposed to narrative, but it's not as if you don't just jump out of the vault and do your thing and there is gold. Number 8, there are no NPCs, or rather, there are no friendly NPCs that you can. Technically, enemies are non-player characters, and they might even say if you're near them and they don't know you're there. I don't know. I'm just leaving that door open just in case. There's also mission robots, but I wouldn't really call them characters. They're more literally just things that you can do. They give you tasks and don't converse with you. They aren't characters per se. They're more like mission-giving objects. There's robots that do it, terminals, even notes that you find, or holotapes. So it's a lot different than the more dialogue and narrative-driven missions of the past. There are also intelligent ghouls in the game that can wield guns and kind of replace the raiders in the game. And given the fact they're intelligent, they're
Looks like this isn't your year.
Nuke lands and actually transforms the area what you
Ooh, refreshing.
Number 6, the camp system, which is more or less a portable base building system. You get to build a base, and you will be able to co-op camp, so to speak. The camps have a workshop, a cooking pot, and a few other necessities as far as crafting is concerned. When you build a base, you'll have to worry about monsters attacking it, so you'll want to set up turrets, treads, etc. And you'll have to constantly defend it. You will want to build one, though, because it allows you to craft weapons and mods. A big question people had was, what if players build camps in the same place? And the answer is, if the players on one server build in the same place, by the way, it's actually kind of but there is also going to be microtransactions, keeping in mind you're not going to be able to not as if cosmetic microtransactions kind of
Pull yourself together, man.
money out there. They are going to be supporting the game in theory forever, so we'll see exactly how much that. I don't want to worry about it. Don't best of any other company that is trying to be business. We're all just people. They're not that's good. Some degree of splitting of so according to Howard, there's some degree of having your own private world to use mod. So what that means exactly, I'm excited about that because that would be great. The game will be launched on Bethesda's own launcher and not which does make sense with a lot of live services, especially games with like Epic Games before. And I'm not saying that it's necessarily good for the user or anything. Obviously, one place to launch everything and only one place having your secured information is better than having it spread around a bunch of different servers, depending on a bunch of different games you play, but that also creates a centralization problem, and it's kind of a loop of various different problems, so I don't want to get into that much further. From a business perspective, I do get why Bethesda is doing that. They don't have to pay fees to Steam for microtransactions. It's that simple. And finally, number one is, of course, the housekeeping. Fallout 76 is coming out on November 14th, 2018. It's coming to PS4, to Xbox One, and Microsoft Windows. There are different editions, which, for instance, the Tricentennial Edition features bonus items like power armor, patriotic, an Uncle Sam costume, that sort of stuff. The Power Armor Edition actually comes with physical items. It's $200, and there's also an Xbox One bundle that you can get. Now, the system requirements for the game are a little beefy for what it looks like. The CPU requires a Intel Core i7 or an AMD Ryzen 3. The i7's got to be 3.6 gigahertz. The Ryzen 3's got to be 3.5. You need 8 gigabytes of memory, a 64-bit version of Windows, at least an NVIDIA GTX 780 3 gigabyte, or an AMD Radeon R9 285 2 gigabyte, and 60 gigabytes of free disk space. Now, there's apparently also going to be a 54 gigabyte day one patch, so hope you're excited for that. Probably more importantly to say, there isn't a season pass. Like we said, the DLC is all going to be free, so no season pass. I mean, that's a pretty positive note to end this on. What are you looking forward to the most about Fallout 76? Leave us a comment, tell us what you're thinking, and if you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now is a great time to do so. Also, don't forget to click that notification bell so you don't miss any of our videos, which go up every single day. As always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter at FalconHero. We'll see you next time, right here on Game Rings.
Hitman 2 is right around the corner. We're big fans of the games here, so to keep you informed before the game drops, we're going to catch you up with 10 things you need to know about Hitman 2. Starting off with number 10, one of the biggest changes made to the last Hitman was it being specifically episodic. And with Hitman 2, they're backpedaling on that a little bit and making it non-episodic. While Hitman did review really well and a lot of people liked it, there was a lot of people that just weren't really into the episodic approach. Thankfully, it didn't do much to hurt the game because it still was really good and was fairly successful. Instead, this time around, the game will launch with 6 big sandbox maps that you'll have to tackle. Completing your main mission side objectives is the name of the game, and it's worth noting that there will also be maps added later down the line. I'm happy to hear that ditching the episodic format didn't mess with the new level design and gameplay, because I think Hitman works really well with bigger and the second approach for Hitman is really smart. If it sounds like 6 maps isn't a lot, the game really emphasizes the gameplay. There are so many different ways to use scenarios and the game objectives, including elusive targets and stuff laid it on. It wasn't the first Hitman game. We're hoping it is. Next at number 9, what a giant, huge omission from the Black carry that really big sniper rifle in? Yeah, that one. For some reason it was left out in this game. I always found it odd that it wasn't in it. It's just as iconic as 47 silver ballers that aren't quite in it either, but now, thankfully, this makes sense. And you have lots of opportunities to use it and take out your sniper rifle and kill your one thing that doesn't give a bummer is that the actual sniper rifle animation is coming to the game.
Looks like this isn't your money.
Now, in a not at all surprising move, IO Interactive has plans to support Hitman 2 well after launch. Seeing how much they gave the first game, this isn't really news. We're going to be getting 2 paid expansion passes, each one coming with new locations, weapons, missions, and sniper maps. And if the maps are as big as the previous game, there's going to be more than enough to keep you busy in terms of content, hopefully. Then we're also getting some free add-on content as well as their elusive targets that are making a return from the previous game. Speaking of elusive targets, that brings us to our next point though at number 7. Owners of the previous game will get a DLC add-on called the Hitman Legacy Pack for free when Hitman 2 rolls around. This pack will include all 6 of the maps from the previous game, so on top of Hitman 2 levels, you'll also be able to mess up dudes in the versions of Paris, Sapienza, Marrakesh, Bangkok, Colorado, and Hokkaido that have been basically beefed up and enhanced for Hitman 2. Said enhancements include new gameplay features like picture-in-picture, the security camera aids, higher fidelity crowds, as well as new items that you can use in those old maps like 47's briefcase. That's a lot of extra content added to the game, and we're really hoping that it's going to provide like a kind of different, fresh take and reason to replay the previous games, because those are some good maps and some good situations. At number 6, let's acknowledge Sniper Assassin. Now, Hitman Sniper Assassin is this new side activity announced with the game, and it's available when the game launches or early with a pre-order. Sniper Assassin sees 47 perched in a sniper nest overlooking a mansion containing the mission's targets, bodyguards, and a slew of other bystanders, with Agent 47 having 15 minutes to take out the various targets assigned. Now, you'll need to figure out how to influence the world and create the perfect opportunities in a crowded space in order to get some clean executions, and it looks to feel way more like a puzzle game than regular Hitman levels, and that's saying something. There's also, awesomely, a co-op option for this mode, where each player has a different ammo type, and you'll have to work together to get the job done. It's an interesting spin on the Hitman formula, and here's hoping they stick with it and expand on it going forward, but we'll have to wait and see just a few more days. Now, at number 5, let's break down a couple new features. First up, the game has added a grid that can show the field of vision for each individual security camera. This allows you as 47 to more carefully plan out your routes and avoid detection or compromising your disguises. Next with that is the new picture-in-picture feature, which adds a bit more context to various events in the game. Like, for example, when a body is discovered, you see a small picture-in-picture video of the body being discovered, so you can know exactly how you screwed it up to let you know next time. Think of it almost as like a kill cam for fuck-ups and learning from them. The game also brings in smaller things that were added to the previous game when Hitman 2 was announced. Functioning computers that enemies can actually see. It's pretty cool. Moving on to number 4, the elusive targets from 2016's Hitman are making a return in Hitman 2. And I think that's some of the best shit. If you didn't know, elusive targets were like time assassination.
Hey, clip.
Got it. Now, forget. Long after give me more longevity out of the game, and Hitman 2 is set to what we know is the first Undying, and will feature items of active this mode, you compete against another player that's the right to 5 You'll also get aid from most critical items, weapons from them, help navigation, but you can only take one. When you remove the player.
Pull yourself together, man. You can mess with them with those items, like throwing a ghost coin to attention in the opposing side's reality. Little twists like that allow you to kind of impact your other player and keep this really highly competitive. You got to be good at assassination. It's a really cool twist, honestly, on like a multiplayer stealth mode. Makes sense for Hitman, and we're interested in seeing more of what we get our hands on. Now, finally, at number 1, we got some housekeeping to get out of the way, like always. Hitman 2 launches officially on November 13th on PS4, Xbox One, and PC. There's a few editions to purchase from, of course, if you're into that. There's the standard edition, there's the silver digital only edition, $80. Comes with the base game, in-game items, expansion. Then we have the gold edition, which includes everything silver edition, plus gives you 4 days early access to the game, plus expansion too. Of course, we have the big collector's edition that's going to run you $150. It comes with gold edition stuff and a bunch of little toy accessories. Whoever you are, you want to get so if you're new, you should subscribe and hit that notification bell because we put out stuff every single day. But
You've no doubt heard someone out there say pirates are weak gangs. In all honesty, this is a philosophical view. Certainly it's understandable why someone's selling a game without pirates. On top of that, it also makes it more difficult to develop a game. So what can a developer or publisher do? Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on GameRanks, we ask the question, what tricks do developers use to identify pirates? Now, the most obvious way game devs attempt to stem piracy is DRM. But the thing about that is nobody likes DRM. Gamers don't like DRM for the same reason developers don't like DRM. DRM takes resources to run. DRM essentially has to do the same thing a cheat engine might do, which is monitor the RAM. DRM that uses a connection to verify various pieces of code is sending things that it reads out of the RAM or out of the code of the game itself. The server which is verified and sends it back. That's a simplified version of this. Just specific. One of the most common basically a cycle of things being fairly readable that are supposedly unique to the specific hardware of the system it's running on. Another reason why people don't like Denuvo is because they, well, like their solid-state drives, and it seems as if Denuvo was writing excessive database drives. If Denuvo claims that this is not true, now this is information that is constantly being disputed. It's an ongoing argument, and I don't want to say that I believe one way or the other because, honestly, things in this kind of argument change quickly. I'm just going to say that I don't like Denuvo, or really any DRM. It ends up taking up system resources and causes the game to work less well. Back when the movie Shadow Warriors 2 was moving, the lead programmer of the Flying Wild Hog team had this to say about DRM. We don't support piracy, but currently there isn't a good way to stop it without hurting our customers. Denuvo means we would have to spend money for making the worst version of our game for our legitimate customers, which is the absolute truth. When you include DRM, pirates still work to crack, and they pretty much always do. It's really just a matter of time. So given that the people who actually pay money for your product are pirates, and given that there is a certain resource they attempt to stay adding DRM DRM reduces the amount of resources available to you. Specifically, it's not really the solution people pursue, or should pursue at least. Through the years, developers have done more interesting things to attempt to stem piracy, and some of these come off a lot more effective than even just going back to Earthbound on the Super NES. They had a very protection method. In fact, it was several layers of various methods, some very conventional and some less, that when they worked together basically made the game unplayable, or at very least unbeatable, and I'll tell you how. The first thing Earthbound does is check to make sure it's on an ESC system, one typically sold in North America or Japan, as opposed to a PAL system, which is typically sold in Europe. If you had a copy of the game that you were trying to play on the wrong system, it seemed obvious that you didn't get it from an official source, and therefore expired. It's actually one of most games. It's essentially an easily predictable layer of control, but that doesn't necessarily stop you from using a fake version of the game. It would still copy cartridges in Japan. It's just the region obviously stops playing a game. So if someone had cartridge, the cartridges typically had more than 8 kilobytes of SRAM, which is the type of memory that they typically save games to. This was done by pirates to avoid manufacturing lots of different sizes of cartridge. And if the game noticed that there happened to be more than 8 kilobytes of SRAM, it would just flash a warning message and say, hey, no. Of course, you can modify the code to skip this check, which a lot of pirates did, but Earthbound included another thing. Check to see if that check was skipped. Check the skip. It begins to throw a ridiculous number of enemies at the player, and while I'm sure that Soulsbound is appealing to some people, just a ridiculous cost for Earthbound, to a lot of people, that doesn't make sense. In fact, in a lot of areas of the game, you could easily not notice there are enemies, and yet suddenly boom! Finally, let's say you saw the hardcore gamer that's like, fine, I like more enemies, bring on the fight. Well, they make it so you actually can't beat the boss. In fact, he freezes in the middle of the battle, then deletes all your saves, then resets the game. The original Spyro Year of the Dragon for the PlayStation did a lot of similar things. The developers of Game Dev Tycoon, Greenheart Games, actually put out the pirated version of their software on their own. When their game came out, they put up a torrent of the quote-unquote full version of Game Dev Tycoon for Windows, cracked and working. Now, the game itself is almost identical to the actual full version of the game. They just changed some things so that people who pirated the game would have a different experience. There are no enemies, so you can just fill up their enemies, and just saying, hey, you're playing a pirated version of this game, stop, doesn't really do a lot to teach. Instead, Green Dev Games made it so that as you created your game development company progressed in the rest of Game Dev, people would pirate their games at an inordinate rate. Basically, it would sink your company no matter what, whether immediately or over time. When people went up on message boards and Steam saying, hey, every single time I try to play this game, people start pirating the game, it was basically them saying, hey, here's the pirated I don't realize that the game itself put out this very short now, as far as I can see, a prank that makes the person have to think about what pirates done. And it doesn't tell them that the person in the game, it doesn't tell them that they're doing anything wrong, it just shows them that this is what happens. Certainly, EA isn't changing.
Nothing like a fresh clip.
Pirates, but game developers the size of Greenheart Games certainly are. Now, these are much more creative and, in some cases, hilarious ways. Hey, enjoy a much harder version of the game. Hey, enjoy what happens when your simulated game developer sinks because of pirates. Isn't that ironic? But something I think you really could do that would reduce the amount of piracy by quite a bit is just making a public demo available, allowing people to actually try the game before buying it. We've been seeing more betas and demos recently than we have in previous years, but it certainly doesn't compare to way back in the day when shareware versions of basically everything was like the first third of a game just out there for you to get. And if you liked it, you could continue playing. This not only provided more incentive to players who wanted to complete the game to buy it, but it also added more incentive for developers to make everything after the shareware section of the game also worth playing. A lot of the time people pirate games because they don't want to spend $60 on something they just don't know if they're gonna want. Having a demo available means there's an end of the experience while giving enough of a taste of it that they might actually want to continue and purchase the game. Whereas if there is no demo available, somebody might download the full game to try it out, get addicted to it, and beat it before buying it and go, oh, well I guess I don't need to buy it. Now that's obviously a very specific kind of pirate. Some pirates will just never pay for a game no matter what, but it generally seems like the more a company does to improve the customer's experience, the less likely piracy is. CD Projekt Red, for instance, didn't include any DRM in The Witcher, and the company has several notable people within it that are very vocally against DRM, and it resulted in a lot of sales of their game because guess what? The game is great. In fact, to go back to the Shadow Warrior 2 devs, Flying Wild Hog, one of their PR people, Artur Maxara, had the following to say when asked what anti-piracy technology they would be interested in. Maxara said, well, the world isn't perfect, so hard to tell. In our opinion, in a perfect world, people would not pirate games and would pay the devs for their work. But in our imperfect world, the best anti-pirate protection is when the games are good, highly polished, easily accessible, and inexpensive. And he's 100% right. The more games seems like a useless cash grab, the more people don't really care if cash gets into the hands of the developers. In fact, a 2013 study that the European Commission ordered that they initially withheld due to the result not being favorable to business, concluded that there was absolutely no evidence that when left alone, piracy affects copyrighted sales in any significantly measurable manner. In fact, according to the data, supporting piracy might actually help video game sales. It seems so obvious that the behavior of the customer, including whether or not a customer chooses to be a customer, is influenced by the behavior of the business. That seems like it should be obvious, but it took a $430,000 study that was initially withheld. So game developers, publishers, put out quality games. The most creative way a game developer can stem piracy is by being a creative game developer. I realize that sounds really dumb, but if you don't believe me, Google estimating displacement rates of copyrighted content in the EU, the study released by the European Commission. I promise it is significantly more boring than listening to me talk, but if you're interested, you're interested. Ultimately, they have tried a lot of different creative methods through the years, and you do have to appreciate that they are trying to get paid for their labor. It isn't as fun as you might think to create a video game. It's ultimately a lot of work for the enjoyment of others. So it's very easy to understand exactly why they try to do this, and honestly, it's interesting to have a look at a few different ways that they've done it through the years. What do you think of game piracy? Don't say anything incriminating, but put whatever it is you're gonna say in the comment section, and if you like this video, click the button. If you're not subscribed, now would be a great time to do so. We are building a GameRanks army. You can be a part of it by subscribing. You'll see the videos before anyone else, and that is great. As always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter at Falcon the Hero, and we'll see you next time right here on GameRanks. There's no way of helping it. Sometimes when one game dev does something, it catches on. But sometimes these trends get so annoying. And that's why today GameRanks wants to talk to you about 10 stupid video game trends that need to die. Number 10, when developers add trophies and achievements that are tied to farming or grinding. And it's just basically there so that the game is longer. As you know, farming or grinding essentially need a base level understanding of whatever skill it is that you're trying to level up. And that's it. You just do it over and over and over and over and over. And when I get the farmer achievement, it's almost as annoying as the "you did 6 million battles, good for you" achievement. It's like, yeah, I played the game a lot. And I do want to get all the trophies. I just think that it's not good that they tie stuff to that. And normally when I do some grinding, I do as much as I need to, and that's as much as I want to do. I mean, there are a few games that the combat is so good that I can't stop doing it. But the majority of the time, I'm grinding just so I can get to a specific level and fight somebody that I can beat. So frankly, if you didn't make the achievements list another boss that I have to level up to get to the point where I can beat it, I'd appreciate that. Thanks. Number 9, overhype for things over months or years. Like we knew about Watch Dogs for a long time before it came out. And and so much was promised of that game. And over time, as people, you know, kind of believed what they were saying about it, expectations got higher and higher. When people's expectations cause them to be excited, we call that hype. When that takes place over a long period of time and creates a sort of excitement loop that makes it very, very hard to live up to our expectations, we call that overhype. Halo 5 had the same problem, except it's a much better game than Watch Dogs. It just isn't what some people expect it to be. I'm not even saying it's all people. It's because of what developers and PR people have said about the game. It seems reasonable to expect a lot from it. And then you get another Halo game. And it's good because it's another Halo game. It's not like they magically changed up the formula and made it crap. But still, is it really as big a jump in Halo as the marketing departments wanted it to seem as though it was going to be? No, it was another Halo game. And they managed to do it with Fallout 4 over the span of a couple months. That game is great, and I have seen people mad about that game not being what they wanted it to be. And maybe great's even an understatement for it. That game is fantastic. And still, there were people who expected more out of it. And if you ask me, that's hardly their fault at all. So maybe stop trying to make us believe every single thing is the best thing that is ever going to happen. I don't think any of us reasonably expect everything to be the best thing that ever happened, but you are trying to make us think that it is going to be that. Please stop. Number 8, on-disc DLC. So this used to be a lot more common, but there's still examples that happen, like The Crew. The thing that's annoying about this is that you know for a fact that they developed it to go into the game, alongside the game, as part of the game, whatever you want to say. It was there before you bought it, and then you have to buy it again. It's just shady if you ask me, and frankly, it's the kind of thing I'm tired of. Number 7, and this is a big one, shipping broken games. Like, do you remember when they couldn't update a game after it came out? I'm not saying that the internet connecting to the console is a bad thing. It is anything but bad. But it has also enabled probably one of the worst possible scenarios, which is that it's okay to ship a game that's not done. When a game went gold in the mid-90s for the PlayStation or Super Nintendo, it was because they were done with it. They had fixed probably 99.99999% of the bugs. The amount of issues were so low it was considered that there weren't actually issues with it. And that's that. The game was done, you got it, and it worked. And the funny part is that Nintendo still does this. They QA test everything. You know why? QA stands for quality assurance, and they like, you know, assuring people of the quality of the game. Which is how it is. But everyone releases a game with a day one patch, and it's bullcrap. Because it doesn't fix all the issues at all. I mean, we do like videos that are based around fails and glitches on this channel because of this. And I'm not saying I want to stop doing these videos because they're a lot of fun, but at the same time, you know, wouldn't it be nice to buy a game and know that it's done? I just can't help but think that. We don't even have to talk about the PC version of Arkham Knight at this point. You know exactly what I'm gonna say, so why do it? Number 6, selling games that are based entirely around DLC maps. Okay, so you want to know what a game that I think is fun as hell? The new Star Wars Battlefront. I think they got the whole idea of Battlefront in 2015 mechanics-wise so right. Tons of fun. It's pretty much bug-free, and I spend a ton of my time playing it. But you know what? It has 16 maps. It has 9 modes, and you could probably get through all of it in a matter of a couple of hours. Frankly, I would very much like it if there were more content, because this game, especially for what it is, which is a multiplayer game with no campaign, has like half of the content it should have, if that. And do you know what's coming up? 4 expansion packs that you'll have to pay for individually, or you can buy the season pass. You're expecting to pony up $110 if you buy the game and the season pass to get $60 worth of game. It doesn't matter how great the gameplay is, and a lot of people don't even think that the gameplay is great. I think it's fantastic, and I couldn't ask for more. It's exactly what I would want it to be in 2015. Like, people talk about anti-consumer practices, and they're often really ridiculous claims. But if you want to look at something that is truly just a blatant disregard for the intelligence, time, and money of the consumer, look at Star Wars Battlefront. That's friggin' egregious. Number 5, early access survival games. As in, there's a billion early access survival games on Steam. They're all buggy as shit because they're early access. They're all pretty much the same game, and about 9 times out of 10, they contain assets that the developers didn't even make. And then slowly but surely they're molded into a thing. Well, some of them are. And I get it, it's cool that you can put up your prototype now and use consumer feedback to make it into something unique. But really you could always do that and not make people pay for it because you didn't actually make a product. You made like a generic version of a product that somebody else made and then are relying on other people to tell you how to make it not generic. And that's best case scenario. Number 4, microtransactions. And no, I'm not talking about like friggin' Clash of Clans. That's a free game that you can play without spending any money on. I mean, the game takes significantly longer to get anywhere, so there's a big haves, have-nots situation. But I have a lot of fun with the game, and I don't spend any money on it. I'm talking about Metal Gear Solid 5. I spent $60, and it wants me to spend more money on fucking MK coins. That's like if Clash of Clans cost money up front and then did exactly the same thing it does. Publishers like to say that microtransactions aren't a shady business practice, that they don't impede your play of the game. And the fact is, as I said earlier, they create a haves, have-not situation. They make it so that your players don't have equality and opportunity. They create an uneven play experience. They're bad for people who don't have money to spend on this stuff, and especially in games that are like MGS5, where you already spent $60 on it and they expect you to spend more to have the best gameplay experience. I mean, it's bullshit. Do you think Hideo Kojima was like, yeah, I really like this idea, let's do that, it really enhances my artistic vision? No, that's business people. Business people who don't give a shit about the game. They just want cash. And they know if they create a situation where there's haves and have-nots, that everyone wants to be a have. Look at me. My base is done. Just try to attack my base. You don't have any of this stuff done. You know why? Because I'm spending $60 to get that kind of smug bullshit, and it's really easy to be mad at that person specifically. Microtransactions enable it. If there were no
Not in the face.
well, you know what? After this game, I took No? Oh, well, hey, guess what? That means it's useless, isn't it? And I get that there are a lot of people that like playing the game after the game. Still, think about, like, Final Fantasy. Can you not get the ultimate weapon before the last fight? In fact, that's almost the goal to bring into the last fight. You know, because the last fight's supposed to be the most badass, terrible enemy in the entire world. You think about the entire world.
Oh, hello, ammo friends. You ready to kill some fuckfaces?
Become your best fight. Like in an FPS, let's say you're playing and they barely talk at all. In the last mission, for some reason, everybody decided to and we're all shocked. This should contain Mario elements. I really wish this section of the game were more like Sonic the Hedgehog, where after killing all those people, I started hankering for some Smash Bandicoot-style antics. And there's my quota for 90s references. In fact, I'm sick and tired of this entire list of things that I'm over as well. This is so annoying. Do any of these bother you? Have a comment and tell us
Feels good.
Let's have a conversation. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to And if you're not subscribed yet already, now is a great time because we release new videos every single day, and the best way to see them first is a subscription. As always, we thank you so much for watching this video, and we'll see you next time right here on GameRanks. Everyone's GameRanks rounds up the weirdest stories that you can possibly imagine in the world of and talk about and here's the top 10 stories of Generation 7. Number 10, CES Las Vegas Ranger had a couple of brand new gaming laptop prototypes stolen from their booth. The prototype has got some fairly cool things to it. There's obviously beams like screen, which gives you essentially a feel of
Come here, you pussies!
It's a pre-already laptop being NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1080 with 8 gigs of RAM, as well as 30 gigs of system RAM. Each of those three screens is a 4K screen, so essentially it's 4K. And if it can actually run games at that resolution, I understand why somebody stole it. But the CEO wild I'll take it. The Korean military was showing off their new fighter jets about a year ago. To be specific, the Kai KF-X fighter jet, which took 14 years to create. And you're probably thinking, how on earth does this somehow tie into video games? I can't wait to find out how. Well, it's not something that has anything to do with fighter jets, like the pilots are trained using video games or something like that. No. What happened is the ad that they used to promote the fighter jet, to unveil the fighter jet, to sell the public on the fighter jet, contains footage from Battlefield and Peace Combat. It's not possible to say that. That's dumb. South Korean military very quickly what at all. Somebody else did that without permission, and they also agreed to not use it. Taxpayer money for somebody to use that clip in an ad for something that probably costs taxpayer money as well. The people who produced it both the Agency for Defense Development and Korea Aerospace meaning both of them approved it. Number 8 in Australia, Microsoft unveiled Xbox One controller. It's obviously been a cool party in Australia because it was the 4th of July. Now, July, because it's backwards there, it's summer there right now. Inflatable controller for everybody all around their pools with think about Xbox. You know, it's pretty hot. Yeah, cool Xbox controller. We go inside where there's air conditioning. Oh, you're right, Jim. Let me take this from off the lobby and we go. So I have no idea if this is in the United States, but I will say it's like this. I'm just gonna say that. Number 7. Microsoft has stopped supporting Minecraft Pocket Edition in Windows Phone and mobile because not enough people play it on the platform. There's a lot of people who think that what's going to happen is that during the transition between Windows Phone 8.1 and Windows 10 Mobile, which have different types of development environments, Windows 10 supports the universal Windows platform. But the thing is, they try to get people to use Windows Phone. And one of the ways to do that is by providing decent competition, but at this point it seems like that's just not possible. Even if it is a transition period, just giving up on it for now is not a good one. It doesn't work out for Microsoft in any way that gets people to be confident in the Windows Phone platform, and it just kind of looks like, oh, you know,
making you dead makes me feel so alive.
Number 6, Dead Effect 2 is being reported on Xbox One. The developer did something that's kind of not cool. Now, a lot of indie game developers send out letters that created by a small number of people and isn't a effort. That's why Interactive went decided to say, if you give it a negative review, we won't send you
Nothing like a fresh clip.
So, regardless of the quality of it, I don't know what the quality is. It's not a good practice. If your game does, don't do that. You're even a company. Quality. We could go on forever about that. A couple that met on Diablo 3 got married fairly recently, which is a nice thing to hear as it is. That's enough to be like, that's good. But it's not weird, is it? No, it goes a lot further than that. They actually went ahead and did a really elaborate their wedding. I say really not kind of elaborate. I mean, they had a professional cinematographer do the photo shoot. They did a
Ooh, refreshing.
I wonder how much it costs to do this. It seems like it would be a lot. But then again, everything involving a wedding costs too much anyway, so let's do what you want to do. Number 4, the developer from Respawn, Titanfall developers, and it's just total honesty. I didn't try to glaze over it. And then they barely. No, we don't want to make games that won't work a good.
Looks like this isn't your day.
Now, here's the problem, I think. It's not just that it's underpowered, it's that gaming companies seem to be in a race to create like, we're talking about a game where fighting robots shoot each other. Like, I'm perfectly fine if that has stylized graphics that are realistic. I don't really care. It can't actually look realistic. Nothing like that has ever happened in real life. It doesn't mean Nintendo couldn't try a little bit harder with the target. Number 3, somebody building a PC left a 2 personal page, in their room, page, which, kind of looks maybe
Hold yourself together, man.
like a baby syringe, the kind that you give children medicine, not like a inject real drugs syringe. However, his mom had confronted him about it, saying, I found this in your room, and he had to see it. Like, you want to know about how I keep my mom the multiplayer deals for a certain amount of time. You can get a rare Infinity Ward had an in-game event where they gave away free supply drops, and one of them contained 30 keys. And people found that by mashing the button, just repeatedly pressing it as quickly as they could get tens of thousands. They were mashing the button as quickly as they could to get something that I had to hurry for. Or even worse. But if they spent any of it on in-game items, they got kept it to yourself, nobody would have known. And that's nice that you done. Which was more interesting to you? The Thargoids and Elite Dangerous, or somebody stealing a Razor laptop? Or any of the other stories, though.
Fresh camp. Nothing like it.
Like, of course, and if you're not subscribed, now is a great time to do it. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. I'm Selfish. You can follow me on Twitter @Selfish. See you next time.
Every month we have bizarre stories fly across our dashboards and timelines. Here at Game Ranks, we collect them up.
I'm Fellow. Today on Game Ranks, it's the 10 weirdest gaming stories from February 2017.
Modders put New South Wales police officers into Grand Theft Auto. That did not make the New South Wales people very happy. The state police minister condemns the online video game that allows New South Wales police officers to be shot, run over, and killed. From the looks of it, though, you play as them, so it's not just allowing them to be shot, run over, and killed. It's also allowing them to shoot people, run over people, and kill others. Like, I wouldn't say that it's explicitly for any purpose other than New South Wales thinking it would be cool if they were in this, but you know, people complaining about video games never seem to amount to anything more than, oh my god, the violence. Number 9, Denuvo, the creators of, well, everybody's favorite thing out there, some notoriously tough digital rights management tools, had a massive log file that includes a lot of consumer complaints and a lot of developer complaints that I think is pretty important to note. Now, seeing as the Resident Evil 7 protection was cracked and that whole shindig went down, this probably caused them to get a little bit on the sweaty side. Their excuse for the Resident Evil 7 crack was that the main goal of DRM is keeping the game safe during the initial sales window, taking it and trying to say that it's only supposed to work for like 3 or 4 days. Number 8, John Carmack, who is the CTO for Oculus, said that he just wanted to shout very loudly, "You lie!" at ZeniMax for claiming they had stolen trade secrets. He posted a long Facebook post about ZeniMax at the trial that they were, trying to prove one way or the other. He said that ZeniMax ignored the measures of code similarity that can be reported and the edit distance between abstract syntax trees, but it did come out essentially that some actual copyrighted code had been used. One of the Oculus programmers cheating, but nobody was actually cheating. It's just a really bad bug. If you've ever wondered why you shot somebody and you're like, that should have hit the hitbox, but it didn't, now you know. The bug was actually discovered by a mod developer last month by the name of Sigseed, 2 underscores. Valve finally decided to fix it in February 14th.
Ooh, refreshing.
Just a bug fix. Number 6, billionaire Elon Musk posted a photo of an underground tunnel beneath Washington, D.C. I'm assuming he was walking in the photos I've seen in a long time. Somebody replied saying it looks like this isn't your decade. And Elon was like, that's exactly what I thought. I love Half-Life. And suddenly a lot of things make sense, in my opinion. A lot of the design aesthetics, the logos, even the names of Tesla Motors seem a little obvious and silly. The way the Half-Life to also be. Number 5,
nothing like a fresh clip.
Over an AMD versus NVIDIA. This, my friend, is something that you need to sit down and say, I don't care how much you like one brand of video card or another brand of video card, don't stab your friends because they like the other graphics card brand. Oh my god, I wish I never had to say that, actually. You need to start understanding that this stuff doesn't matter on that level. brand loyalty is a bad thing, and this is the truth. Number 4, Gabe Newell of Valve, Half-Life, and all that stuff. Generating a lot of people are very optimistic about VR, including him. He thinks VR is doing great, and everybody consistent with their expectations. And then he said, we're also comfortable with the idea that it will come out. I do think VR is a bit of a beginning, and that seems to kind of be the thing that's still coming back despite very high profile launches from last year, that and the price. But I will say, I'm kind of happy to hear something like that.
Hold yourself together, man.
He wants to do it, and not because he wants to. Passion goes a long way in my book. Salute to you, Mr. Newell. Number 3, G2A has a flaw in the system. It's a bit complex and involves listing fake sales, which a user pointed out to G2A and wasn't taken very seriously. In order to prove their point, they listed a fake game and got banned off of G2A service. That's not good PR, G2A, and that's not how people should do business. Number 2, getting banned from Disney's social network is not a speedrun.
Looks like this isn't your month.
People are screaming how quickly they can get banned. Now, more of this competition takes place outside the app than inside, as registering counts as part of it. So you have to do a very quick register. Get in and curse. First, like I say, why not? I think that's a great idea. The current record stands at 31 seconds. You think you can beat that, gamers? And number 1 in garbage people news from around the world. Over in Australia, some thieves stole a bolted down PlayStation from the children's cancer ward at a hospital. Are you joking? Just like kids that spend their time cancer. You would play it while they're taking 3 hours of chemotherapy to try and knock it out. Whoever did that, thanks.
Oh, hello, ammo friends. You ready to do some fun faces? Feel lucky, asshole.
Would be quite an understatement. I'm Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, the top 10 weirdest gaming stories of March 2017. I don't know if you've seen this yet. Somebody called Max. Weirder. Seems to me that there's not really any actual reason why they call Max. It doesn't make sense. It also doesn't make sense why they want it's not just weird, it's self-sabotaging. I don't want to blame violence on someone that has several self-sabotaging methods. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Come here, you pussies!
Oh my god. This book is more unsettling. It's the worst movie I've ever seen. You know those people who are just a little bit not entirely people, and they're looking another way, and they turn around and suddenly they run at you really fast, like in real life. That's so much like this is weird.
Oh, yeah!
Microsoft finally admitted that it was a terrible plan to attempt to limit the retail used disk space. It said the rollout didn't work, but they did try to say it was only just us trying to deliver a breakthrough. That was terrible. It's weird. Apologize for that straight up. Everybody hated that. What's weird is that you can't just flat out
Mess with the ball, you get the way.
more than 26-year-old Street Fighter 2 for Super Nintendo. It was done by exploiting a glitch in the game that allows you to use brakes and air. And although technically it's not snowboarding, the game continues to this many years later. That's the hallmark of a good game. And also something you just don't see in it. Number 6, the boss of CD Projekt Red, the creators of the incredibly popular Witcher series of video games, based on the series of fantasy books by Paul Schrader, just basically said they had no idea how to make games when they started their company. They were literally just two guys selling CD-ROMs. He talked about how post-Soviet Poland was just a wildly capitalistic place, to the point where it was definitely too much, but still the environment allowed them to at least start a business with nothing and build into a $1 billion development house that managed to take Game of the Year away from every single massive name studio series. Witcher 3 is a lot of people's Game of the Year. Number 5, this isn't necessarily weird, but rather cool and extraordinary, so in its own way, kind of weird. Really wanted to talk about it. Red Dead Redemption, one of the best games of all time, is being modded into Grand Theft Auto 5, which has a great engine compared to Red Dead Redemption. Although it's kind of sad shut down. It would be good if people just did this stuff in secret, then announced it, along with a download, because then it would happen. But you never know. You never know. They might actually not know. We'll see. Number 4, a naked barbarian simulator saved Funcom from bankruptcy. You know what game I'm talking about. Conan Exiles, which somehow managed to be literally just immediately everywhere. Made all of its development costs back in less than a week. Now that's probably because it's one of those games where, you know, it's good. It's certainly interesting. And it's not even the complete version of the game. It's literally an early access version of the game. They released this information last week, not the game. They were like, yeah, it made a ton of money, like a stupid amount, and it's still doing so. Also, Dongs. Number 3, a Super Cup is made of facial animations from Star Citizen, a wildly popular space game compared to, let's just say another franchise based. And you'll never believe it, but Star Citizen has much better facial animation. In fact, it's not even comparable. You can see muscle movement in Star Citizens, whereas in Mass Effect Andromeda, you say to yourself, who allowed this? Now that's not to say Mass Effect Andromeda isn't a great game. It certainly is. I actually enjoy the game a lot, but I'm not going to say that animation is good. It's not good. Star Citizens, however, is, and despite all the crap that we've given Star Citizen over the years, and when I say we, I mean the entire gaming community, despite all of that crap, I mean, that's impressive. That is some impressive stuff. Number 2, a League of Legends player became so irate with his teammates he smashed his own head through the computer screen in a fit of rage. It's in China, where, you know, online games really matter. There's actually pictures of it. Thankfully, all gaming seems to take place in public places in China, internet cafes, and he pushed his head clean through it, like legitimately just clean through it. I mean, cartoon looking, clean through it. Left a hole, the shape of his head. This is not something you see every day. Usually when people break a monitor, it, you know, just kind of cracks or splits. But was his head so hot he was able to actually just melt through it?
Do you know what's funny? You're full of holes.
And finally, number 1, this is Final mostly a couple of tech geniuses use car hacking to turn their family car into a Mario Kart controller. That's right, they reverse engineered their car into a controller. And the sensors of the car, using the real world, various buttons, to make it play Mario Kart 64. Well, they also attach the screen so you can see the game and play it. And don't get me wrong, this is really cool. It's a very neat thing to have done, and it's most certainly a technological achievement, being that they use the sensors of the car to do it. All of the electronic internals of the car. For instance, I A bunch of weird stuff is there. My name is Falcon, and today on GameRanks, the top 10 weird gaming stories of 2017. Number 10 is presidential candidate just released. Now, keeping in mind that they're mostly barren, and they're just kind of contained his name, which is obviously not a good thing. He's actually trying to reach out to made the map himself. I mean, that's impressive, even though he might not know how to make the map. He might just think that putting his name into a map is a good map. That's maybe not true, but A for effort. Number 9, a game by the name of Vroom in the Night Sky had a bad translation, so they decided to fix too strict with it. They outright just didn't let you use the share function, which is how a lot of people record gameplay. Number 7, Neil Robertson, the former world snooker champion, said that for a while he was addicted to video games and it affected his career. He said he couldn't pull himself away from video games, and that he would literally stay up the entire night playing the game, and he'd be too tired for a living, like the real game that he played. League of Legends got banned in his house, might I add. He's not allowed to play it in there anymore. I mean, I play a lot of video games. I have a job. I have a life, but I do know when to stop playing at night, I'll say, which means not during the weekend. Number 6, the University of Utah is now offering esports scholarships. That's right, esports scholarships. They are starting a varsity esports team to play League of Legends, and they will be competing in the official college league that is being established. So if you can handle the extremely religious environment in Utah, I would say this is probably the college to go to, period. The University of Utah is one of the 5 richest sports universities in America. And they're like, you know what? Let's get our feet in the door with esports. We're doing this. Number 5, speaking of esports, and this is actually pretty cool, esports will be included in the official sporting program for 2022. In revenue in 2016. Boy, not really super weird, but if you think about it, kind of weird. Just because all of us who have grown up in an environment where video games are really bad accepted, some of us that you go socially not included in things if you really like the video game. So seeing it become part of the Olympics in Asia, kind of bizarre.
Mama's little thief.
don't know how to end this. I'm just grossed out. Number 3, Jonathan Allen was picked at number 17 for Washington in the NFL draft. He was pretty excited. He got a huge paycheck for that. And the first thing he did with the money was go out and buy a game. That's right. Jonathan Allen will likely be a big name in the NFL. That was a pretty good draft pick, indicating they're pretty interested in what they can do with this guy, and he is one of us. Number 2, you know how people get streamers swatted? They find addresses of people and they send the police there.
Oh, man, yeah!
Well, a couple of swatters got 20 years in jail. Both of them are from the UK. One of them made a phone call to Maryland in the United States. Apparently they have record of them engaging.
There's nothing like a fresh clip.
They told the police that Mitchell was on a firearm in several places. One of his 3
Bob fucking die, you ugly son of a bitch!
Seriously, why do people do this? And finally, number 1, in what can only be called a dumb plot, a kid aged 7 from Utah had a letter reporting to the school.
Bob fucking die, you ugly son of a bitch!
Now, he hand-wrote the note, so they knew it was fake. Let me read you that note. Dear parents, Nathan has been doing good in all his classes, except for video game class. If he does not stay up all night playing video games, he will get kicked out of school. Start letting him stay up all night, and start tonight. He can play anything. Computer, iPod, and any other electronic. Just if this kid knows what it is for him to stay up, it's not quite there. What was your favorite weird thing that happened? Leave us a comment. If you're not subscribed, time to do so. The best way to see the first is and as always, you thank you guys for watching. Falcon, you can find him on Twitter at Falcon Hero. Every month, Game Ranks puts together a list of the weird stories that happened over the last 30 days. On Falcon and today on Game Ranks, the top 10 weird gaming stories of May 2017. Number 10, hackers of Pokemon Go use their very particular set of skills in order to get rare Pokemon.
Oh, hello, new ammo friends. You ready to kill some people?
Accounts that show signs of suspicious activity are quickly being blinded, that is, only seeing common Pokemon. A lot of new accounts seem to be blinded quickly, implying that it's automated. Now why would they do this? It's because they have been fighting for a long time against hacking of their Pokemon.
Mess with the bull,
to moderate
you
this
get
kind of
away.
community, it would be very difficult to do it in a traditional way. Pokemon Go does not work like a message board. It works like a social network, and on top of that, it's complicated social network. On top of that, off last year, they were looking for a machine learning engineer. So if you're terrified of automation taking your job, and your job is hacking Pokemon, well, even though I'm skeptical of what you say your employment is, it's 2017 and I have no idea. Anyway, it's happening. Number 9, and because it's getting warmer all around the world, all the stories are going to have to do with Pokemon Go because people are walking around and playing it nowadays. But now, while things are going down, a Russian YouTuber by the name of Monster made a video of playing Pokemon Go inside a church and got arrested for inciting hatred, which I don't know about it. I guess on some level you might be able to say that somehow Pokemon is maybe magic-based and occult-oriented then? I don't know. Let's go ahead and say this, the excuse doesn't matter at all because that's stupid. While it may not be respectful to play Pokemon Go inside a church, it's certainly not inciting religious hatred. If anything, arresting somebody for playing Pokemon Go inside a church is religious hatred. That's going to turn then letting somebody play Pokemon Go in church, no matter how disrespectful it is, any day. Number 8, a blind Japanese child sent a letter to Nintendo. It was very, very, very good-natured, as only a young child could put forward. You see, he has trouble playing games because he's blind, and the only ones he can really play are the Rhythm Tengoku games. He wrote Nintendo to thank them for it and to ask them to make more of them, to which Nintendo promptly, and I mean promptly, it took them 8 days to send a letter back to him, thanking him so much for the heartwarming letter. They promised him that they would be making more and want to continue making games that can make children happy. Number 7, 25-year-old single mother from the United Kingdom is set to marry a man who lives in Louisiana after they met playing Overwatch. They met in December. He sold all of his stuff, including his PS4 and Overwatch, in order to fly over to the United Kingdom and hang out. It's like, you know what? Let's get
Nothing like a fresh clip.
Like, you know what? Yes. And it's entirely lovely, though I don't know that I would move that fast personally. It could be a setup for something bad, but it also could be a setup for something very, very good. Also, how can you not root for something like this? Overwatch is cool as shit. Number 6, luxury Swiss watchmakers Romain Jerome are collaborating with Pokemon. They're making a very, very expensive Pokemon watch that costs $256,000. And I'm going to go ahead and be very, very clear about this watch. It looks like something that it should cost maybe $5 to $10. It looks like a kid's Pokemon watch. It is dumb. It wouldn't be dumb at $5 to $10, but it's $256,000. And therefore, no, absolutely not. They also made a slightly less expensive one. Well, around
Looks like this is in your money.
It's just Pikachu. Well, it still looks like it should cost like $10, $20. I don't understand why they think that is really dumb. Number 5, apparently Jennifer Aniston doesn't understand why her husband, Justin Theroux, is still playing video games. On James Corden's show, they did a segment where they weren't singing in a band, and he opened up about their relationship, about how pretty much everything they get along with, but she just doesn't get why, at 45, he plays Call of Duty with his friends. Now, okay, you tell me if you could play Call of Duty with Will Arnett, would you? I probably would. I feel like that's the kind of insults I could handle over the headset, personally. I mean, she's fine with it. She doesn't not try to play with him, but she's obviously not into it in the way that he is. Still, it's interesting that this is where we are now with celebrities. Number 4, new research shows that if senior citizens play video games, they are less likely to get dementia. Shown to increase brain activity that actually work on such a level it was considered to be better for them than regular exercise such as brisk walks. As it turns out, doing things that require you to exercise your brain keeps your brain sharp and working right. There's a shot.